All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much. Group 6 appreciates it.
Group six.
Uh, Session 10 is what we're getting into here. We're coming off the back burner of a fight that we had with some of these dwarfs, which we'd actually had previously had fought. They seem to have set something potentially up within the actual pass itself, a slight choke point, if you will. They even had these like mobile ballistas beginning to set them up, propping them out of the trees with the javelins, and then the actual machinery from the snow. They were coordinated, but they were caught off guard, specifically in that they were not expecting potentially maybe that late. Like it wasn't really set up right, but they were coming back to set it up. So there was a little bit of a thing there, and it could have been a timing issue perhaps. But regardless of that, you all had kind of used your range capabilities. You also were strategic in taking out the ballistas quickly before they got set up, and then you have survived the ordeal. Now, one of the players in particular, this comes from Lethal, and you had kind of a right this connection going on with your stone, and a little bit of teenage angst, if you will, being like, no, me, no, me. You're kind of going back and forth a little bit. Lucas, you're welcome for that. And you're kind of at this thing of like, talk to me. Okay, you're talking to me now, but no, I don't want to talk to you. Talk to me now. And it's kind of having this thing. But one of the directions was a pull, particularly where those creatures had actually came from in the northern sides. They had used a smaller pass that led off that particular map where you were. They had gone through a few switchbacks up the actual mountainside, and there was something drawing you and the slight compulsion as you felt before. And it seems that. And now asking why does not come back and give you an answer. So you all are camped out. You've been on the road. You've been on the journey. You're at the caravan. We're starting particularly on the map because we've just gone off somewhere to camp, which is what will happen when we get into our camp areas to travel. We just give theater of mind through the descriptions. The three of the stagecoach wagons, they have been pitched up. Kalan, Burrow, and then Timothy. They have been pitched up into these like circus-like kind of circus-like kind of canopy tents to kind of encompass the actual mountain goats, which a great number of them per the stagecoach and wagons, similar to kind of like a pickup truck in a way, have a bed interior space. And they've bed down, right? They're getting fires set. Kalan was out hunting and foraging, along with you there, Dirty Joe, getting food and whatnot from the wilderness. Kalan seems to be quite adept at this particular landscape, this mountainous and Arctic landscape, and you're kind of returned and you're getting your long rest. So we have kind of concluded the night in a way. And if you want to do anything, your characters want to do anything, just go ahead and state that before we advance the time clock here and we get to the morning.
Yeah, Otalo would just get up, and just head back to camp. Probably sit in the tent with a goat. Well, not next to a goat, just adjacent from a goat. Just stare at it.
Okay.
Like 20 minutes, then go to sleep.
Okay. Goat looks at you before licking you and nestling into your chest for warmth.
Oh, you have a friend.
Oh,
Oh,
I have a pillow. Nice.
I would probably take one of the night watches.
Okay. Yeah, you particularly right. You won't sleep the entire time, right? So you'll be trancing.
Yeah.
And then you'll have the observation. Even trance in that state, you can actually be kind of aware of what. Um, Taking kind of first or second in that regard.
I'll do second watch.
Okay. So kind of trancing first and then waking up and then kind of making a certain watch. Okay. Anyone else?
Reg will, cook for the caravan and then take a rest and get up early enough to prepare meals for the rest of the camp for the morning.
Okay. So Kalan bringing forth a great number of root vegetables, some actual mushrooms that grow deep into the actual earth. There's some trees, some actual things to make tea potentially, and so let's gather that. Small game as well, Kalan has actually got that, and then coming back, and then giving that to you. Kalan is in the first, Burrow is in the second, and Timothy's in the third. They each occupying their own tent to take care of the goats themselves and make sure the fires are upkept in those spaces. Anyone else?
Doing more or less the same, just taking whatever game I got back.
Okay.
Setting it up with Reg here.
Okay. 2 hares. Sounds good.
Rabbit stew.
I think I might take a quick look around the area. Like nothing too extensive. Maybe like just a few, like but just to see if there's any like hidden tracks of, see if Drogar have been here recently or ever really here.
Okay. So, as you begin, Zell, kind of looking around, go ahead and make a survival check. You need to access your character sheet pressing C. It's also a really fast way to get the character sheet open. 15 survival check because you're keeping track. You're also making sure that you're staying in the vicinity of the camp as the blizzarding snow around you and the wind is difficult to be able to see. Survival-wise, looking for tracks. You're primarily looking at maybe branches from the thickets or the trees themselves being snapped or moved rather than actual prints, given the fact that the snowfall is intense. You don't see anything around in the particular area about you. You're not seeing any of these creatures as well in the darkness, the actual light. It seems like everything's okay.
Yeah, then I'll just take some rest then.
All right. Need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Just kidding. All right. So you go back. Zell, in the dark of the night. Kidnapped. Oh! No. So you come back, you get your rest and all that. And so we'll go ahead and advance the time clock. You all can get your long rest in. And then on your watch here, Thea, I need you to make a perception check. So Thea, perception, taking the 20, those appear to be wolf activity. There's wolves up here, and so you can hear the shuffling and things when you peek out and you're looking. Take the perception of 20, you can see that there is a pack making way, just sniffing your encampment. But again, they're not taking the opportunity here to attack. These wolves are also larger. They seem to be dire wolves. This pack, as they're looking at potential food sources. So they hear the smell of the goats, perhaps, but this encampment is large, and these tents are massive, and there's also a great number of you. In addition to that, they seem to also navigate around the traps that you instill to make noise. They're also very observant and intelligent in that regard. And they kind of just sniff a little bit, moving through the trees, and then they eventually mosey up in the northern direction. That's it. That's all you encounter on your watch. So you all begin to arise from the morning here. Immediately, Kalan, Burrow, and Timothy go to work, collapsing these tents, making sure the goats themselves are fed and ate themselves with the food that you're cooking up, Regmore, making it a delicious meal for everyone, making sure that everyone's good to go. Kalan not taking any opportunities to hunt, kind of making sure everything's saddled up, ready to rock for the descent of the pass and then into the valley.
How are we as far as provisions for the next leg of the journey? Do I need to go out and catch some more game?
You actually have the Wanderer, so you might be able to navigate a little bit of ways from the actual wagon and the caravan and be able to get back and hunt at the same time. So the idea behind it is that while you travel, you can actually forage and hunt and get things. The issue is you've never really been in like this kind of mountainous Arctic tundra-like region before. But with Kalan there at the side, at the wagon seat, and even taking the time and working with Kalan a little bit last night, you had an idea of where to look for food, which is primarily underneath the permafrost or small to medium-sized game of animals.
No, you don't have to worry about food. Red, he makes it. I don't know if you've seen him, he's always got food.
Well, I'll poke around, see if I can trap something as we're moving anyway. We can never have enough.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
How do I open up all my like spells menu and stuff when we're off map like this again?
You can press C as the quickest way to get into your character sheet. You can also go to the three little dudes at the top right on the header bar there and find player characters, and then you can click your character and it'll open up your sheet.
I've got my character sheet open, but I'm not seeing like a long rest option anywhere.
So yeah, at the top left, you should be able to see a little bed icon, and then from there you can click the full hourglass.
Oh, there you are. Yay!
The manual way of long rest. Okay, so everyone gets themselves in positions. Kalan is getting saddled up. All the goats, everything is getting ready. Takes an hour or so after you wake up. Anybody doing anything particular?
So picking through my spells, setting up my book for the day. I'm gonna go up to Ezekiel and I'm gonna tap him on the shoulder. This will probably help you for a little bit. I just want to be prepared. I usually notice that, like, you're strong, but you're kind of sluggish sometimes. And I'll cast a Gift of Alacrity for
What do you say?
that. You need a little boost. That's it. Where everybody's just a little faster than you. Even Zell.
I am the fastest.
So raise Zell.
All right, Sel.
You'll raise Zell right now.
Yes, I'll win.
Before I cast the spell or after?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So I'll wait.
I start running before he goes and talks to Zell. Tell him to go.
Zell, run!
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna. I'm not gonna waste a spell slot for that. Yeah, I'll just run after him.
Okay. You begin to run after. I think your movement speeds are all the same, right?
Yeah, I just ran first. So.
Yeah, I mean, you're not. I mean, the concept of D&D, obviously, Ezekiel is winning because Ezekiel is much farther ahead. There's no finish line either.
I'm just gonna yell at Zell. You have spells. You can Misty Step.
Just keeps running.
Fine, okay.
But
I'm not gonna waste. A
Wait,
spell
you want to
slot.
waste a spell slot on this? Wow, that's something there. Not even a bet. There's not even coin to be earned here.
Yeah, exactly.
Disappointed
Is
in you.
anybody else around to see this? Because I'm off foraging.
I'm there.
Oh, okay.
I'm amused.
Ezekiel,
Why
you
is it?
won. Here's your reward. And
Thank
Gift
you.
of Alacrity.
Oh, I know. I appreciate any help you can get. I just wanted to prove a point.
That you cheat at games? Okay.
Yeah, just a second. Should have stretched beforehand.
Yeah, okay. Gotta race Joe next.
Are you trying to drive us all away from you? Heh.
So,
I'm always down
Gift
for
of
some-
Alacrity, is that what you said?
Team bonding.
Yeah, so whenever we get into initiative for 8 hours, you can add a D8.
Cool. That'll put me at 2.
There you go. Lots of love, lots of love. Okay, well, saddled up. Looks like Kalan's ready to go. Kalan looks to each of you. Onward. Everyone ready?
Yeah, so no time for shenanigans. Let's get on the road.
We done.
Well, there's always time for shenanigans, but this is not the time for shenanigans.
We're in the middle of the, tundra. What shenanigans are you getting into?
Shenanigans is a very broad term that encompasses many
Yeah.
acts.
Yeah, I'm walking.
We're all just leaving Zell as he keeps talking to the air.
Yep, sounds like it.
The philosophy of shenanigans.
Philosophy of Shenanigans 101.
I take that class.
$20,000 a course.
Oh my god.
Oh, geez.
Okay, I'm not taking that class anymore.
Yeah, let's not do that.
And the funny thing is, that's barely above market price.
What more can we do?
I'm kind of joking, but yeah.
So, as you all begin to set afoot on the caravan or by the mountain goats and stagecoaches, Kalan begins to go, and Burrow follows, as well as Timothy, as they begin to make way with the large amounts of bleeding of these goats. They are moving, and you're going in a kind of an elevation as far as normal. My daughter might run in here. She's figured out
Goats
how
are
to open.
bleeding.
My out of character, real quick. My daughter has figured out how to open doors, so there's no lock on this door. Just FYI, she's trying to get the door open right now. So, it's a little baby jangle. So as you, the goats are bleating, right? They're bah, bah, making their call, and they're kind of making this collective thing as you're going. You're on a same kind of elevation and almost like a flat level, and it's really opened up. The pass, which was really tight and funneled through on the ascent, and as well as a little bit in the journey prior, has really kind of broadened out. So you're coming to an end, maybe that the descent is going to work off of switchbacks, but the switchbacks themselves are going to be a lot larger, and they're going to be, the pass itself is going to be a lot wider. It's kind of opening up in a ways. The tundra vegetation, the thickets and the evergreen trees and the alpines, they're sloping, forming different kind of elevations and things, this whole topographic level and look to it. And all in all, it's just beautiful. Eventually, after a couple hours of travel, puts you about 10 o'clock or so. The blizzarding conditions that were once begin to kind of subside as you begin to make the descent, and now you're on the kind of the other side of the pass, if you will. You haven't made it to the valley per se, but you're no longer in the blizzard-like conditions, and the wind itself has slightly subsided, and there's just a gradual snowfall. Still overcast above you, and the temperature is still strikingly cold, but you have the less of the wind chill, and you can have more visibility, and you're able to see with the light snowfall. Even then, you can see a little bit of the valley, right? Not a great distance of mileage, but you can see that the valley itself is relatively flat. Noting that the switchbacks are going to be working you down from the pass, from the mountainside, and get you into the valley. Most of it is covered in that flat kind of snow banks, and there's some rolling and other sorts of terrain, and even forested regions down there, primarily on the northern and southern mountain ranges. This is kind of pushing past in these large kind of spaces that are coming outwards. There's thickets, large brambles growing, some of them rivaling the actual height of trees, potentially 18 to 20 feet in height, large brambles of these thickets that are growing and kind of encompassing large areas, these leafless bushes, if you will. As you begin to take the caravan down, it is very dangerous, right? The descent is more dangerous than the ascent, right? Going up is far more easier, especially with how unruly these mountain goats are. You're noticing that all three of the individuals, Kalan, Burrow, and Timothy, have to actually dismount off, and they're working alongside of the actual stagecoaches to right themselves, and as well as using a few of these brakes that have been manufactured onto the lead wheels, and kind of going and setting a little bit of these axle brakes and just slowing down the descent, adding more time, but for the safety of the weight and making sure the mountain goats don't get crushed or pulled off of the side of the actual mountain. You make your way into the valley. The journey fought is long and hard. You yourself have kind of traversed into a period of roughly 6 or so hours. You had mainly had to walk alongside the actual stagecoach and wagons. You couldn't really ride in them, let alone at the driver's seat. And eventually you've come into a flat level. There is a wooden sign that's heavily covered in snow. Kalan has to dismount, slow the caravan down, and shift off the sign, signifying Othema, and it even gives a day's worth of time. This is 2 days worth of travel from this point of the posting. And as well as kind of notes a small pathway and an arrow that really showcases that the road is not really a road, it's just more of like a place to take the caravan through, and that borders the edge of the actual forested region of the southern mountains. So it's sticking along the edge of the southern mountains between the forest in between it, and it's kind of going with it as kind of that trailhead, if you will, or that marker to really make sure that the wagons are not going into areas they shouldn't be. As the valley is known to have kind of sunken areas that are shrouded in the snow, as well as Lake Kif, a large and expansive frozen lake that's just many miles wide. So you want to avoid certain things that you don't see. And so that's what Kalan is really taking the time for. Another hour to 3 hours of travel have passed. You're going long and enduring the trek. you're going to put you right around 7 o'clock. And you seem that you're, in courtesy of the actual continent map, you have traversed relative in position on the day here. I'm just going to go ahead and mark here. Kind of traversed into this spot, gaining a large amount of ground now that you're on the flat land, and you've traversed a great many ways. The mountain goats, even though the sign says in the days, the goats are now pulling fast. So you're actually moving quite fast, and you're rivaling that of a riding horse without even cargo. And so you're moving at a good pace. Eventually, you traverse another hour past that, and you kind of get to where you can see the barren scape of the actual lake, this area that doesn't have any thickets or trees or anything on it. It's just this flat area for many miles. Up ahead, as the wagons are pulling through, you have a bend within the road where the trees make it quite difficult to see, and some of you are noticing that there's something there as soon as the bend shapes and comes around. I'm going to go ahead and drag your tokens down. They're not in any order of any kind with how you're actually working alongside the cavern, so you're more than welcome to kind of put yourselves where you would be in relative to the other things. Just note that that's just, again, putting you down for vision, and then I'm going to go through a description of what you're looking at here.
Would we have said on the travel, I would have ritually casted heavy?
I mean, if you have your familiar out with you, you can have your familiar out. It depends on what your character would do during the travels. If you'd have your familiar with you.
Yeah, he would have, like, because he died the last battle.
Yeah. So yeah, you can easily get heavy up if you'd like. So you soon become kind of aware, right, that there is something up ahead. And as soon as you round the bend, you couldn't exactly see it until you've taken the caravan to this particular spot, right? So even if you're up ahead a little bit of ways, or if you're at the lead wagon, you'd have to get around the density of the forest and the thickets to be able to have a visible range of seeing what this is. A wagon seems to have been abandoned, covered with snow, great number of feet on either side. It's also crushed down. The axles have been broken. Splinters of wood have kind of shaved off of it, now disappeared into the rollingness of the snowfall. Certain contents of the wagon can still be seen pushing their way out, potentially long pieces of wood that are kind of coming that have broken off, right, the vertical scope, and even some of the lighter objects that might not have sunken down into the snow upon falling. You can also just check out from the blow of the actual wind frozen blood underneath the fresh layer of snow that's being blown by the harshities of the wind.
DM, is this like a embankment, and these are higher up pieces of snow? Like, what is the height difference that I'm looking at? Right here?
There is no height difference. The road itself has been made as for the map in terms of just allowing identifier of what the road would be that the caravan would follow. But there is really
terrain.
Yeah, for the terrain. Yeah, there is really no road per se, and so that's what the caravans would be kind of making, is essentially these tracks through. So the embankment would be only maybe a foot, if that.
Something definitely happened here. I would advise caution. Perhaps we get a viewpoint. Joe, Thea,
Yeah.
want to head to the left side. Othello or Lucas, or what's your name? Zell. It's not Link, sorry. Zell or Othello, you see anything from above?
I would send Snowy up.
Okay.
Let me go check out the wagon, see if it looks like a beast attack or a
Yeah.
Duragar.
I'm also helping.
So Theodore, Joe, as
Reg,
you
do
round
you have
the
any
corner of
tasty
the
snacks at the ready?
What do you mean, tasty snacks?
Oh, I'm getting a little hungry, so.
Yeah, I have a couple of field rations for you. I can whip something up real quick if you like.
Just in case,
Okay.
There's frozen blood, and you talk about snacks. Get
So
your head in the game.
So Theandri Joe, so coming across, the wagon itself doesn't seem to have anything inside of it, no bodies. There's bits and pieces of cargo, spilled cabbages that are now frozen within the actual wagon, sliding underneath the benches of the wagon under the actual back end of it. It doesn't seem that anything's really torn apart necessarily in terms of potentially claw marks or talon marks or anything like that. But you are able to see, both of you, as you round the thicket in the corner, something that Snowy and Heavy are both observing and reporting back through the telepathy, is that there is trees that have toppled down, and they've toppled down and kind of fell. These are younger evergreen trees. Remember, this is the outlyingness of the forest, a particular term of this in biology, and so you have saplings and other sorts of growth that is at the exterior that's quite young. So these trees are not very tall. They seem to be uprooted and have crashed down, all of which have a center of a large hole.
Damn. That looks like a beast tunnel if I ever did see one. I do lump me some good trophies. I'm gonna go check it out. See if we can bag this bad guy.
I'm gonna take a look at the caravan to see if there's anything that looks like it was taken. Like if they were, like maybe if they, specifically see if this creature was intelligent and if it was targeting anything or if it just did this for people.
are we hearing that?
Yep.
Does that sound like something from around us, above us, underneath us?
Underneath you.
Ooh, tunnely beasties. Well, he's
Um,
definitely in the area. So
Come on, keep the
let's
carts
try to
moving.
get out.
Goat's bleeding. Kalon begins to move.
I'm gonna cast because I don't use this a lot. Detect poison and disease, because things underground don't sound good.
So instruct Kalan to move the carts, keep going, and then just follow along on the walking on the outside. Just trying to keep an eye out.
I'm gonna go up to the tunnel and see if I can see anything coming out.
Yeah, I'm gonna, if I hear it too, I'm gonna stealth and then kind of like swing around the side.
Okay.
I think
So-
we should probably roll a log in front of the caravans. If they're
So we have a
creatures-
detect poison and disease spell casted, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so you've thrown that down. You do not detect any poison and disease from this determination from the aura there that you've spread out. There you go to stealth and make way around. Before you did that, Dirty Joe has moved himself in position at the base and the edge of the hole. Stretching and looking, the ground itself begins to rumble, crack, and break. Dirty Joe begins to fall in upon itself. I need everyone to roll initiatives, please.
All hell. Sticking my nose in places it shouldn't be again.
That puts me at 28.
28. Okay,
28.14.
gotcha.
Oh.
Now who's Now who's faster?
With all of this, is really working.
I did this on purpose.
Oh, this is the right ambiance music. We'll find out. All right. It's playing. It's coming. All right, Ezekiel. We're gonna see if the music plays. Ezekiel, you're up. Round one.
From my position, do I see Joe falling in or something?
No, with Joe, at this stage, you have not seen with your. You also have the wagon, and you're kind of following the left side of the caravan. You have trees down. You heard the auditory, and at this stage, you can hear it growing. It's definitely louder.
All right, just shout out to Kalan. Keep the carts moving. everybody regroup, and I will just take the dodge action. That's all I can do. End turn.
Okay. With all your
So we feel the ground rumbling. I get
Right.
nervous. All right, I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna cast minute meteors on myself.
Okay. So you're dropping the concentration of the detect.
Oh, it is a concentration. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do the meteors.
Okay. And then,
And,
Reg, I don't think you're concentrating anything, so I'm going to end that. I don't know why you're here. Okay. So the concentration
don't know.
I don't know why it
Yeah, it's going to roll
It'll-
damage. Yeah, it's going to roll damage. So if you use the
Alright.
meteors, you can always click the spell without expending the slot.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So you can use the spell without expending the slot, and it should roll the stuff. Which is what I was telling Zell with the breath of that thing. But I don't know what's up with that spell.
Okay, so I don't have to
What?
manually roll that one. Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you
I'll
shouldn't
keep
have
the
to
concent-
manually roll. Yeah, similar to Magic Missile and the fact that you're just throwing them out. Just don't expose spell slot.
And with that, I'll have Heavy fly on. Just seeing that Joe went over there. Would I have seen him? Because I stepped out, or I don't have visual.
You yourself don't have vision of that, but Heavy is flying overhead. I mean, as far as what is really what you're seeing is not much, just hearing it.
So I'll just have Heavy fly over to Ezekiel to help him out.
Okay.
That'll be that. Yeah, it's under my turn.
All right, ending your turn, Dirty Joe. Underneath you, a creature emerges out from the hole a little bit closer to you. It's actually coming from a top down, as it's going to wrap its mouth and attempt to eat you, similar to a worm emerging and grabbing onto your flesh here. I'm going to go ahead and cue some more action-packed music, as why not? I'm going to go ahead and reveal it as it comes outwards in space, as it is attempting to bite you. Dirty Joe, you are hit with a 24 attack. You in total take approximately 50 points of piercing and fire damage. You are also restrained by the creature, and you are in the clutches of its mouth, approximately 30 feet in the air, as the creature has not fully emerged itself, but it seems as though to you, Thea, it has literally ate Dirty Joe. That is the end of the creature's turn. Dirty Joe, you're up inside of its mouth. I'm going to give a description prior to your turn here. Actually, the creature itself seems to be an insectoid-like with multiple eyes and other sorts of appendages that help with its stimuli. Organs and fan features kind of come through, and there's an intense heat about it. It's actually vaporizing the snow into a gaseous state. So it's actually vaporizing with the heat abundance and around it. It also has multiple millipede-like legs that help it kind of entrench. It is a significant burrowing creature, and it seems to have many different razor-sharp kind of chitinous shell that help it in that endeavor. It is a massive, grotesque monster. All right, go ahead, Dirty Joe.
Well, first things first, I'm just gonna scream as loud as I can to the rest of the party. There's a giant fire, Pete! It's got me! Ah, get over here!
You're up.
What the hell else can I even do here?
Only a slight mumbling actually gets through the mouth. You can't hear much of anything there.
Yeah.
Can I just fight to get out of this damn thing's mouth first?
You can make an athletics or an acrobatics check to attempt to escape.
Let's do that. See if I can double backflip my way out of this thing. Okay,
All right.
now does that do it?
With a 13, you are still stuck inside of
I'm
its
getting
mouth.
out of there. Burning the lucky.
Successful. All right, go ahead and make another d20 roll, please.
Oh.
Natural one.
Oh no.
Oh no! You get to choose. I mean, obviously, you know. I'm not gonna say we take that one. But you were not successful in your endeavor at attempting to escape from the
I
clutches
gotta
of
get
this
the
creature's
hell out
mouth.
of this thing, man. No, I'm burning another one.
Okay.
I got to get away from this thing. Come on. What's a
7.
No.
Dirty Joe, still in the clutches of the mouth. You notice these minuscule razor sharp teeth around, forming a spiral-like gizzard of the creature. And it doesn't have a tongue necessarily, and you're just kind of in the interior, and it has its kind of head raised in an attempt to kind of have you slide down its actual throat. You're kind of just
Last
bracing
lucky,
and
here we
holding
go.
on.
I'm gonna port in that to a 15.
Okay. You're gonna change. You're gonna shape the roll.
Are you in range?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
so
if you're in
the-
range. Are you in
so it's
range
fine.
of?
Okay. Last
As
lucky
long as I
with
can
a
see
16,
them?
Does that do it?
You can't see him.
I
He's
know
in the
where he is.
mouth. You can't see him. Literally, this creature emerged and has ate Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe is not in visible range. I think everyone probably could be a serious. Dirty Joe just got ate by the creature. That's
Yeah.
really what you're going off of. You can't
Yeah,
see
you
him.
rolled a
think-
16
I think-
anyway.
And you got a
I
16
think I'm the
off of
only
the
one
last
who
lucky
could
point.
see him.
16 is successful. After you base your luck,
go.
slippery
Let's
as you
go.
will, there is a fire and acidity of the creature's mouth. You, though, have gotten out. You are still, though, holding on to one of the actual antennae of the creature, one of its stimuli organs. As you come out of the mouth, slippery out, you're holding on to it. You're still 30 feet in the air. You all see Dirty Joe now.
Yeah, I'm just screaming. "Ah!" Okay, since I'm still up on this thing, I don't really want to drop down. And
Don't
just to
drop
see if I
down.
can get the jump on him, since I'm up by its head, I'm gonna see if I can stab it in the eye with my short sword.
Okay. So in order to escape, that was your action. So you have no action, but you do have bonus available, and you also have movement.
It's not like I could drop down. Am I allowed to cast Cure Wounds on myself, or does that count as an action?
That is an action to do that.
Okay.
But yes, you can do that as an action.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll just cast Slayer's Prey on him, I guess. And I don't really want to jump off, so I'm just gonna see if I can keep on grappling this guy. If nothing else, I'll be a nice distraction so he doesn't eat anybody else.
Okay. Marking Slayer's Spray, and that's going to be end of return. All right. Thea, you're up next. Thea,
All
the
right.
creature has its head up. You're unsure if it's perceived you. Obviously, you rolled stealth, and you're unsure. You see Dirty Joe now hanging there.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna bonus action Insightful Fighting.
Okay.
So he has to beat my
Mhm.
he has to get
Gotcha.
do a deception check against my insight.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to state probably that you're able to understand that this creature doesn't detect you. It doesn't seem to be looking at you. But however, you're unclear as far as how this creature perceives. Does not seem that it was perceiving off of sight.
Okay. Well, since he has Dirty Joe in his mouth, or Dirty Joe's hanging on at this point, I'm gonna attack with my short bow.
Okay. You have advantage for this attack as you are surprising. .24 is going to hit. 11 points
And
of
then-
piercing. Attack on the sneak attack, please. Total of 21 points of damage. As the arrow flies, goes in towards the head of the creature. Arrow right by you, Dirty Joe, as it lands into the lower end of one of its eyes.
And I'm just gonna back up a little bit and start yelling at the top of my lungs. It's got Dirty Joe in its mouth. And then that's the end of my turn.
All right, as you do that, it slowly moves its head in the direction of you that has yelled. Sel, you're up.
I'm going to move like right here, and I'm gonna cast a firebolt onto him.
Natural 1. Dirty Joe, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Nice.
23. You dive out of the way as you're hanging on, Firebolt literally coming for your head. You duck under, rope around a little bit, sling yourself as it zips on by. Never missing.
Who are you trying to kill? Me or the beastie?
The beastie. Then I am going to touch Snowy and give Snowy acid breath. Which I'm assuming I have on my shoulder. They weren't put on the map.
Are you attempting to, so you're trying to use your Dragon's Breath?
Yeah, Dragon's breath to give Snowy acid breath.
Was it your action to use Firebolt?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure giving Dragon's breath is a bonus action.
Yeah, I think you can use, let's see, bonus action, second level, cantrip. Okay. So go ahead and concentrate on that. I'll go ahead and put it on. You don't necessarily need to expend it yet, so I'll put the concentration on you, and then you put it on to Snowy.
Yeah, I'll just take the spell slot straight out. Okay. Now Snowy still hasn't used their turn, so I'll just have Snowy fly a bit forward, Dragon's breath that, then probably fly back to me. But you still haven't spawned them in, so.
Okay, I'll put down Snowy here for you, and then just move Snowy to where you would have Snowy be on using the spell.
Do I just roll damage? Because never roll.
Yeah, you can just roll damage. I don't think the template's gonna work, so I'll roll a save. All right, throwing out acid breath as it does begins to encode around the creature. It does succeed on a saving throw as it seems to pull itself away from the flight and movement of its wings. Kind of pulls a little bit, maybe just kind of innately just moving and zigzagging around, kind of noticing now dangling of the actual Dirty Joe. It is going to half that damage to 5 points of acid.
Then actually, instead of having it come to me, I'm gonna have it fly straight up like 20 feet. No, actually, 25.
25? Okay.
Yeah. That's end of turn.
End of turn. All right, Redmore, you up.
Huh. Ray's gonna move up and Thorn Whip the thingy.
Okay. Not 20! Alright, 20 points of piercing damage dealt. You come around, whipping into the side, lacerating. You see most of its chitin shell begins to break apart. So you come through.
Shouldn't that be 46? Oh no, you just do the active breath. I forgot about your. You're done talking.
Max crit! Yep. Yeah, max crit, baby.
If it can be pulled out, then I'll take that to pull it closer.
Let's see.
Oh, it's only large or small.
Yeah, I think this creature's gonna be a little too large for Thorn Whip. It also has most of its body is actually in the ground still, so it's kind of anchored.
Yeah.
Okay, that gonna be it for your turn.
Yep.
All right, come to Kalan. Kalan, initiatives are staggered here, so taking the direction, attempting to they're just going to keep going down the road as best as possible. These move upwards of 60 feet, so I'm just going to go ahead and start shifting their tiles and tokens here as we go through. Oh, almost there. All right. Ending turn. Ezekiel, you're up. Round 2.
I think with my strain score, I can clear this if I action dash. So, reader. There we go.
Okay.
So I have a strength score of 20. I believe I can high and long jump clear that to make it
Yeah.
an action dash up to them.
Yep. No worries.
Bonus action, Giant's Might. And I will action surge. And I'm going to go ahead and make 2 attacks on this creature.
Okay.
Good to see you, big man. Punch
I
him
have
in the
advantage on my
throat.
first one because of the help action, right? From Heavy.
I believe you're being helped by heavy. Yes, you have advantage on the first strike. All right, 25 is going to hit the creature as you are able to strike into its flesh, dealing 7 points of bludgeoning and 3 points with the Giant's Might. It's 10 total. After you land the blow, striking in, the heat given off by this creature actually burns your hand as you strike into it, and particularly the flesh of the chitinous structure. I'm going to go ahead and roll damage. You take approximately 12 points of fire damage after your first
Ouch.
strike.
Crusher does not have a size limit, so it's up to you. But if so, I'd like to hook him out of the hole 5 feet up.
So you're just bringing further up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Joe, you're going up 5 feet.
Roller coaster.
So you're pulling upwards the creature. It seems that as you're trying to get the creature up, and it seems to not move any laterally here. You're just getting the creature up more further in elevation, revealing more of its flesh, of its size.
Then I'll Westcon. And shout out the birds.
18 hits, 10 points of bludgeoning there. Okay. And then you take 10 points of fire damage coming across for the second strike.
It's really hot. I'll have my turn.
Okay. Dolly, you're up.
Ouch. I'm gonna yell at Joe. Joe, this is gonna feel weird, but just accept it and just let it happen. And I'm going to warp the space around him.
Anything's better than this.
I'm gonna warp the space around him, casting Vortex Warp, and bring him towards the cart. Yeah, right there.
Oh, hell yeah. Now I can snap that son of a bitch.
And then I'm going to send 2 of the missiles over this way.
Okay. So go ahead and just roll. Yeah, you can. You don't have to expel. You can roll 46 if it's just one target here. Makes more sense.
Alright. I could just click the spell as well, right?
Yeah, you can click the spell. It's only going to give you 2d6 off the roll, though.
Alright, so yeah.
All right, sending the snowballs out, exploding into ice shards. As I imagine the damage you're doing is cold from this particular effect. It seems that the creature has resistance to this particular damage type, and even then it has further immunity to the damage type. As the spikes come through, they are vaporized by the heat of the body. It seems that without doing any sort of damage, they blunt out, bouncing off of the chitinous shell.
Oh, well, I'm useless. and I'm
You
gonna
saved my ass.
just run around the bramble a little bit. Not really move too much. Stay right there, and keep continuing having Heavy do what it's doing.
Okay.
End of my turn.
All right, so ending your turn, we now come to the creature's turn. The creature, hearing the actual wagons themselves, the thunderous stomps of the mountain goats and the bleeding, has now turned itself in the direction, lets out a series of clicking noises as it begins to kind of click out, echoing out throughout the space in the air. As it does, it begins to shovel its body in to burrow itself. This is going to incur attack of opportunity only from you, Ezekiel, as it leaves your threat space to go underneath the ground.
Don't let it get away.
21 hits.
Sentinel goes nowhere.
Okay. All right, taking the attack of opportunity, you take 9 points of fire damage. However, you deal approximately 7 points of damage. In its actual burial, it comes in outside of your threat range. It's still down below you in a space, roughly 5 feet, right? So you're just suing its head. And so you take that strike, maybe even like a stomp, if you will, crushing into one of its eyes. It slaps itself back left and right within the hole. It doesn't seem to go any further. It's going to be the end of its turn. So it took no action after being confused and befuddled without being able to burrow it.
So can I still see it at this point where I'm at?
No. Nobody can see it unless you're right at the actual edge of the particular hole that it's just made to burrow down, or increasing the size of what it already burrowed through. It's
Man, I really
it's
wanna go
5 feet
shoot this
below
thing,
the
but-
surface. I'll put a -5 on it.
I can't really dash forward up to Ezekiel. Just knowing that, I mean, I saw it turn its head over to the goats. I'm just gonna dash over there to the front of the caravan and see if it pops up again. If nothing else, I can just offer myself as bait again.
Okay.
And I'll just yell out, "Try to smash it now if you can. If not, regroup over here." And turn.
All right, there you're up.
Do I have to get like up to the edge of the thing to see it?
You have to be within 10 feet of its space to be able to shoot an arrow down into the hole. So you have to be here if you're going to attempt to
Okay.
here. So you have to
Yeah,
be at an
I'll-
angle to hit, and obviously we're talking. Break out the trigonometry, fellas. We're gonna
Yeah.
be hitting
So
up
go
that. Come on, so let's go. Okay, no, so yeah, just that is a rough estimate of the angle you would need to hit down into the creature with the bow.
Okay, so I'm gonna move there, and I'm gonna take another short bow attack against it.
Okay. I do want to specify that the threat range of this particular creature is actually quite large, given though that it's in a hole. In the way that it was biting suggests that it does not incur you. It does not incur you disadvantage on your ranged attack, but it does not state to you that this creature could not just emerge and attack you. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Okay.
Okay.
$19 hits. All right, it takes 10 points of piercing damage as the arrow flies into this kind of side of its head as it's bashing around, kind of wiggling down. Please attack on sneak attack as it is within the melee range of Ezekiel, technically. So we'll take the 3 points there, so 13 total.
And then I'm going to. I moved what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm gonna try to bonus action hide after I move back like 15 feet again. Like hopefully
Okay.
the trees give me some cover.
So you're just gonna go hide. You're not taking the disengage. You're just backtracking to hide.
Oh no. Okay, so I'll disengage then instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
David's
I
giving
don't
the
want to
thumbs
get
up.
burned.
I was
did
trying
50
to
points of
allude
damage.
a little bit indirectly to the fact that you would be at its threat
Yep,
range.
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, you
Disengage.
backtrack, disengaging, stepping away from it. Okay.
And then that's the end of my turn.
All right, Zell, you're up.
Okay. I'm just gonna firebolt it again. I will portent this roll to be a 14 on the die.
Okay, it's gonna hit.
Which I'm just rolling this. Oh, never mind. Can I not do that?
Boosh.
It's too late. It's too late.
It's too late. I believe Porton is decided before we have the
yeah,
roll.
Yeah, it's before. Damn it. I was just rolling a stupid modifier. Damn
So sad.
Why does this happen now of all
The
times?
tear falling down. So you will hit with the 14. I'm going to take the 2d10 as the damage, so 16 is all you've dealt. However, when the bolt lands, and I'm going to specify this, you need to be close enough to hit it, because it's underneath the surface. This is a ranged attack, so I need you to get closer if you want this actually.
Oh, I thought it was partially. I thought part of it was still sticking up.
No, it's 5 feet under.
Oh, okay, I'll get closer.
Surface. It's like here. So you actually have to get within an angle that you can potentially hit it. I mean, obviously it's really large, so you could be 10 feet, like I was telling Thea. She has to be within space. So you can be here, you can be here to hit it. You can be 5 feet back if you want. So you can hit it there. So so that is going to hit with that roll. It takes 16 as it does. It crashes in. You notice, though, that this creature sustains no damage whatsoever from fire.
Okay, that's a good sign. I'm gonna use. I used. I think that's 20 feet to get there. Yeah. So I'm just gonna use my 10 feet to get back. Then I'm gonna send Snowy down to
Okay.
acid.
You take 10 feet back. It is going to take attack of opportunity upon you. As your footsteps come crashing up a firebolt, you're within its threat range. This is similar to what I just said. I literally just told Thea this. And as you take a step back, it is going to take attack of opportunity on you with its mouth. As it does, it pulls up like a whack-a-mole, comes outwards to bite down upon you. It is going to miss you remarkably with only a 13 as it rolled a really, really low. As it does, it strikes, ripping into the earth, and then slowly curls and pulls itself back into the same position it once was. All right.
Yeah, then so just Snowy is gonna fly down, hit it, and fly back up.
Okay.
So
Just
I'll
say
roll
that. Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
Wow.
All right, it takes 3 points of acid damage dealt from breathing down into the hole as Snowy had to fly over and kind of crest and throw it down. I do want to make sure that you understand that the cone is only 15 feet, so you actually have to fly Snowy down into a position that's able, and then.
I know, but that should be like. Let me see. That should be like what? 50.
You'd have to lower yourself down to 10 feet and be almost right over top of it. Like the
Okay, it's
cone.
15 feet less. It's fine.
I'll put it to
I mean,
10.
Snowy has 60 feet of movement. They can go back up after that.
Yeah, I'm just stating it has to go 15 and then 10 over, so that's a total of 25. So you have 25 less than 60 to move. You
Okay,
essentially
then
go
just-
back to where you were before.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was saying. I
Yeah.
don't think I should have any problems with.
Okay.
Snowy's
Just making sure
velocity.
you got understood the movement. Kind of flying down, throwing it down, then flying down.
31 some damage.
Anything else?
I yell "fuck you" then on my turn.
All right, end your turn. I can't believe how close Zell almost got to be bit from attack of opportunity. That would have been
That would have one
that would have
Taking
been that would have
50
been
points of damage and been fine.
a dead Zell.
Yo.
All right, Regmore,
Yeah,
you're up,
yeah.
yo.
If I you'll have a 21 AC. So.
He's a dragon slayer. This thing's basically a dragon.
This isn't even a dragon baby. I can take it down.
You would even have gotten hit because you were running away and got hit. Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, you
Greg's
little
gonna-
son of a bitch.
He slays it with the audacity.
Yes. All right, Reg. what are we
Moving up
doing?
to try to thorn whip it again.
Okay. 20 is going to hit. So you send down 8 points of piercing damage, whipping across the head. Takes the blow, kind of scraping across some of the chitinous of where its head appendages are.
And end it my turn.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the series here, and this is where we're going to be going off map for these individuals. So I'm just going to go be hiding them as they begin to make their way. Some of which are just at the edge scape. So we're going to move Burrow here, and then we'll move Timothy here. All right, that's going to be the end of their turns. As they're continuing, Ezekiel, taking your command and your direction, continue to move the caravan forward, bypassing this monstrous creature. Ezekiel, we now come to you at the top of round 3.
He will attack at once.
Oh, that was so close.
All right, so 9, 3, a total of 12 points of damage dealt as you stomp into the creature, reaching your foot down to get a good stomp in. You do incur 18 total points of fire damage from that particular stomp, incinerating the heat as it is coming out. It's almost like a furnace inferno type effect from the hole.
Am I able to bonus action second wind and then make my second attack?
You can, yes.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Nice. You get 12 healing points to you, kind of reinvigorating yourself. Breathing in, going for another strike. All right, 13 is not going to land as you mistime the moon of the head and actually crash into the edge of the earth itself rather than the creature, as you didn't want to be more wary of a heat. You were attempting maybe to not incur that, and you miss.
Here.
Right, Othala, you're up.
Snap up. Looking into this hole, it doesn't look. Can I see the bottom, or is it just complete darkness?
It's just darkness.
And it looks like just about the same size as this creature, or wider. Like
It's the size of this creature. This creature has
okay,
indeed
so
made
so.
Mhm.
All right, so it wouldn't work. All right. So I'll just go with a different plan. I'll just cast Toll the Dead on it.
Okay.
Big
Alright.
damage.
Creature is going to succeed with a 16. It does
I
not take any
will
damage.
use Chrono Shift for a reroll.
18 takes no damage.
Bonus action. Just stay there. Yeah, it's the end of my turn. Yeah, Heavy's gonna keep doing him. And this is my turn.
Okay. We now come to the creature. Now, observing that you are striking it, it is going to disengage and attempt to, and also slide a little bit out of threat. However, because you have Sentinel, you will still take the attack of opportunities. It's still within your space. So it's now being more wary in its movement, slowly pulling down to not incur any more attacks. However, the Sentinel will still proc the attack of opportunity. 26. That does 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and you take 12 points of fire damage. The damage to you is dealt even though you stomp into the head of this creature. As the creature, in this final stomp down, the creature is unmoving. As you stomp into its head once more, reaching down further, you incur that fire damage, but it just slowly doesn't move anymore. It's not shifting, it's not sliding down. Nothing about the creature suggests that it is moving anymore. That is going to be the end of combat.
Hot.
Damn. Thanks for the
Ezekiel.
help, everybody. That
Wow.
was one ugly motherfucker. How long do you think it'll take to cool down? I really want this thing's head.
I don't know.
Reg is gonna go over to where the creature is to see if he can discern what it is.
Okay. You can make a nature check if you'd like. A lot of rolls happening here. 18 nature check. You also applied 8 points of healing to you from Othala to Ezekiel. So 18 nature check. You're discerning and what you trying to understand about the creature. The creature, just based on what you observed in combat from your nature check, is that it has some immunities to specific damage relevant to the environment that it currently sits. Cold also emits this heat. This heat seems to be something about its blood, as it's kind of bubbling and boiling from some of the lacerations and things that it's incurred. It's kind of has this greenish coloration of the blood, interacts with the air itself, creating that kind of air heat effect. From what you can get about the creature is that it is a burrowing creature. It primarily lives underneath the ground, surfaces itself to eat food, and responds directly to sound. In fact, it is purely in that it tremor senses. That is good enough for your nature check there. The name of this particular creature does not strike you, as you have no experience prior with your backstory in attempt to have any evidence of what this creature could be called. But it is large, it's massive, far greater than what you see here. Its actual kind of underbelly could span easily 100 feet long, in that it and it eats. And given the environment here, you can imagine it eats wildlife of a range, kind of a scavenger of sorts.
Due to my history being a cloister scholar, would I have like read any books about types of creatures like this? Could I?
You can attempt to roll a nature check. The cloister scholar, the actual feature with that really takes hold in a place that you have a well-ingrained library. So you actually have to know, and almost like you're using your connections with a library to go in there and then find that information you're looking for. But since we're out in the wildlife or the wilderness right now, you're really playing off the information you have backhand, which would just simply be a nature check, which is what Ridgemore rolled.
No problem.
Guys, real quick, let's see if we can decapitate this thing before the wagon train gets away from us.
Not any more information than prior. Zell, in your mind currently, you hear this voice emanating from the northern side of you. Aimed towards the lake is the voice of your father.
Did it say anything?
Zell! My boy, come here!
Do we
Guys,
hear this, or he just hears it?
Just so. So as you look north, looking in the direction of the voice, you don't see anything.
okay,
Right,
guys.
I got the
We
head.
need to check something out, but use extreme caution.
Dirty Joe, Ezekiel comes down over here. I'll fix you up.
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
I'm gonna
no,
just head
you're
real
hurt.
quick.
You know, let's
I'll
rip this
grab-
thing off, man.
My hand, one hand on under each piece of the jaw, and plant my foot around the neck, and just try to rip the head off of this thing. For
Yeah, I
Joe.
got my short sword. I'm sawing at it as best I can. I want my trophy. This thing almost ate me.
Trying to convince Joe that he needs to heal first because he almost
I
died
healed a little bit.
in front of me.
Does it look like the blood is going to keep boiling even after it's died? I guess the blood's starting to lose temperature. Is it like self-sustaining boiling blood?
It has a great amount of volume. This effect of its heat is going to sustain itself for a long period. It's unclear.
Okay, but it's
to
not
you
like the
all
blood
how
itself
long.
has something.
Yeah, it's unclear to how long it will take for this creature to cool off. It's still ripe, ripping hot.
But the blood itself won't keep itself hot, is what I'm asking. Like, it's not like I can like put the blood in a
Once
vial
it's
and wait for it to-
outside-
I'll be more concerned about the voice of his father coming from the lake. I'm just curious.
Once
He's
it's
already dead, so
outside,
it's probably a
once
trap.
once it's outside of the body, it loses that potency. Even then, it would melt the glass of the bottle. It would melt that before it actually was capped properly. You would need to have some sort of heat-safe device to be able to cure it, and then hold it potentially without it coming through. I mean, we're not in the modern era here, right? So good
I
luck
can't
holding on to that.
recognize it yet. Okay. So I'm gonna fill in the rest of the party about the voice of my dead father. I'm not gonna leave out.
Are you going crazy?
Wait, you're here?
I don't know. Possibly. It also could be a trap. So, let's go. I want to check it out.
Let's go.
But be careful.
But
We have a
my
caravan.
outhouse.
We have a caravan.
Yeah, we're
We
supposed
also
to
have
be
a psychic
you know,
voice in our heads.
Did
I
you
tend to
just
find-
psychic
did you
voices
just
cannot
say
be trusted.
dead father?
I haven't heard anything.
What did you just say? Your dead father?
Yeah, that part.
No. Dead people don't talk to you.
Exactly. I think it's a trap. So I'm
So
gonna check
why
it
would
out.
we go to it?
What?
No.
Zil, you think it's a trap, so you're gonna jump straight headlong into it.
Not headlong. I'm gonna survey the area. I'm gonna see what happens. But if I fall for this trap, someone else probably has, and there's probably stuff there from those people.
You have
Yeah.
a
Oh no,
familiar.
I believe in Zell. Zell, you got it. Don't
Yeah,
worry,
you
we got
guys
your back.
go for it. We have a job to do. Also-
No, we got your back.
I'm coming
We'll-
back for
we'll watch
this.
on the road.
Hey, you hear a voice.
Okay, I'm
in
writing
your
down
head.
this location. I'm coming back later.
Hey, you hear a voice in your head coming from the northern direction. Spans echoes. It is Thano. Thea. Is that you?
I'm staring. Nope. We're leaving. We're leaving now.
Are you alright? You seem bothered.
Well, I would be too. I almost
I'm
got
fine.
hit.
We're leaving
You
now.
Continue to head in the northern direction. Zell, you hear the voice of your mother. Oh, Zell, look at you. You're so grown. Can't wait to see you.
Are we sure we don't want to check this out? My curiosity is overwhelming here. This must be like some really powerful mental creature. Like, they probably have a
If-
shitload of gold.
I'm not sure that it has any type of reward, but if you need it to be at peace, I think we can manage it if you can give us a moment.
Oh yes, I'm grieving so much. Oh,
It might have taken that we
Well,
did
fine.
not.
Fuck you.
just
You
to
figure
get
it
ahead.
out.
Something weird is in the north though. Last night, something was kind of trying to pull me to the north. I don't know if it's this lake or something, but something's definitely weird about this area.
That happened in the past, so we had many hours and miles to travel.
Yeah. I'm just relaying it to I'm like, it just feels weird.
So we got some kind of bad guy sorcerer playing gobbledygook games with all of our binds. Yeah, we should not do what it wants us to do. Now, could we just get this head and get the hell out of here?
Dirty Joe, come over by Ezekiel. I'm gonna throw a healing spirit on the two and split 3d6 to Ezekiel, 3d6 to Dirty Joe.
All right. I do feel pretty crappy. It was only
So-
the look of the buck wilders that kept me from getting it completely.
At this point, the caravan has gone off the map, right? They're further, but Kalan is standing up in the driver's seat, seeing you all make your way back onto the road. This is about 300 or so feet has stopped the caravan, and Kalan themselves. I'm going to go ahead and just get the tokens and that particular tiles here, make them visible, so you don't have to see them. And the Kalan is actually dismounted and then is kind of approaching your all position, right? And kind of wondering what has happened, right? Noticing you all came back to the road, you're not rushing and moving around. The ghosts themselves have calmed down as well, telling Kalan potentially that this creature or whatever has happened has exited or departed. Redmore, you can just go ahead and roll all of the healing if you would like for how much.
Oh. Yeah, 12 to Ezekiel, 9 to Dirty Joe.
All right, so 12 to Ezekiel and 9 to Dirty Joe.
Yep.
Okay. There you go. What happened? The creature was breathtaking.
I just get chomped on by some kind of fire-breathing Berlin centipede beastie. You ever seen anything like that around here?
I've heard tales of creatures like that. I didn't think we would expect one. Grabs you by the shoulder. How was it? Did you live? Seems like
Oh,
you're
hell
all
yeah, I
monkeys.
lived. And thanks to my friends here, I didn't get it completely. Although, man, like surviving that thing, this might be a contender for my outhouse trophy. You want to help me get the head?
I don't particularly think that is wise. We should get moving.
That was magnificent, though. I'm sending this back to my family sawmill.
You have to account it to me later. I'm quite interested to see how you
Cool.
survive the ordeal.
Hey,
Kalana, a number of our party have heard some voices from up ahead. Have you heard any rumors of such a thing up on the lake?
No, I have not. Lake If is large and massive. There are some that will fish its waters from Othema, those that want to trek out and stay within the plains of the tundra. But beyond that,
Do I believe her?
passively, yes. You hear the voice of Candor. I have forgiven you. Please. Don't be like this any longer. Just come home.
I just clenched my jaw.
Reg, I think Thea's getting tired. Cold. Do you have any like coffee to warm her up?
Sensu bean.
Ooh, coffee.
Getting some
Well-
coffee made.
I'd rather we kept moving.
Oh, all right.
So Ezekiel gets to talk about snacks, but I can't talk about coffee as I keep walking.
Who said you can't talk about coffee?
Regmore, as you begin to brew the coffee, a voice from Elder Scobrew begins to emanate in your mind from the northern direction. Oh, coffee, I see. Bring me some. That sounds delicious.
Rick,
Wait, where you going? We already know the voice of
Come
line.
back here.
Hey,
Right,
Reckamore, for once you're being fun.
Regmore, you going?
Yep. Right.
Okay.
Reg's like, oh, the elders wants coffee.
Who is all in pursuit?
I am.
I'm
I would
following
follow
because
after
I finally
Reg.
have an excuse to check this out.
I would probably pause and actually think about it for a second or two before following.
Okay.
Damn it, Ridge, not
So
again.
everyone's
You've been so
going.
sensible.
Holler back at Klon. Klon, if we don't come back alive, just go on without us.
And send the head back to my family sawmill.
Looks around, confused and bewildered, as you all begin to trek.
Great. Great.
Reg, you stop at a slight snow embankment. Not necessarily the edge of the particular lake, but just a place where the wind itself is kind of picked up and made snow. So you are on the lake itself, on the shore, and you can see the thickets themselves growing outside of maybe the shore of the lake, kind of using the nutrients in the actual bed. The frozen wasteland in front of you is scarred and weathered by debris of pebbles and those sorts of things, but then the ice becomes somewhat clear. You hear the voice of Elder Scobrew again. Oh! It's chuckling and laughing. Still north.
Reg's gonna continue north.
Do not take a step on that ice. No.
What we're saying about traps there, Ridge.
Great.
I think Reg knows what he's doing. He's a druid after all.
Guys.
When
Really?
you step on the ice, it's a little bit slippery, but it's stable.
I mean, I wanted to check this out because of pure curiosity, but like, we're not doing this correctly. It's freaking ice.
Reg,
I'm
as you
gonna
take a
use
step
a-
forward, it breaks, crashing. Your foot falls in a little bit. I need you to make a strength saving throw. All right, Rigmore, you are underneath the ice as you begin to fall into the frozen lake, freezing kind of this cold and bodies as the water braces most of your body at the upper half as you begin to kind of pedal yourself. Your upper body's still up afloat, but your legs are inside the cold and kind of bracing you. But as soon as that happens, you see strange lights bouncing within the water underneath you as you look, stretching down. The voice of Elder Scobrew laughs again. Oh, you're nearly there!
Here we go again. I'm gonna yell out to the group. Hey, grab my rope. I'm gonna lash myself to all the rest of y'all. I'm gonna see if
Yeah,
I
I'm
can grab
I'm gonna grab the other. I'm grabbing the other end of the rope.
Yeah, I hope.
I'm
Oh,
sending Snowy to kind of look from above, and then I'm gonna grab the other end of the rope along with the others.
Okay.
Bad glowy lights, Bridge.
Zell, get
Bad
behind the
glowy
fella.
lights.
Well, you don't particularly see the lights, Dirty Joe. It's just right
Oh,
more
okay.
in current position.
Now Reg's in debate of going,
What do you do?
wild shape into a seal.
Oh god damn.
I love it. I love it. Do I have a seal token? I might have it.
I don't know.
Let's see, seal, huh?
Good luck, Joe.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I have a seal token. I think that looks good. All right, go ahead. It's in the summons here. I'll give you permissions here real quick. owner and observer. All right, should be in the summons now for you to drag over.
There it is.
Or shape into a seal. All right, so you have a swim speed of 40 feet. You do not feel the cold. It's the blubber itself keeping off the frozen waters, and you dive in.
Yep. Diving down.
Okay. I'm going to pull you to a new scene, so your vision itself is slightly gone, but I'm going to pull you to a new scene. Just give you 1 second.
Did y'all know he could turn into a seal?
You could turn into pretty much anything that's an animal.
Oh shit, I don't know how these things work. Maybe it's just like 1 or 2 things that he's learned and practiced on.
He turned into a spider at one point, so.
Well,
Seals.
maybe he really likes spiders from his childhood. I don't know. I'm just asking the questions. Either way, I mean, he's kind of out of our hands now, right?
How about you guys get off the ice before it breaks some more?
Regmore,
good
as
idea.
you
Let's get the hell out
as
of
you come in into here, you can see that there are very strange, this murky, cold water, ecosystem of its own. Plant life, fish swim around you, rocks. You and your seal form quite hungry. These fish looking good. You see deep down about 80 feet, the glowing small orbs. The same vicinity of the laugh of your elder. Come closer, it appears the orbs are within golden pedestals, embedded into a large slab of stone. Underneath, etched into the rock and dirt-like floor, magical runes. In addition, a towering 12-foot statue of an armored figure sits upon the large slab of stone. In the center of its chest is a very interesting symbol. You attempt to read this symbol. You are unable. You do not speak this language.
Huh. Gonna swim around, get a few snacks, and then investigate the Orbeez.
Okay. Yeah, the rest of you above, obviously the seal is gone. You make your way back to the shoreline. Yet to emerge, right? Come out of the actual water there. So you're Regmore continuing to swim. Do you go close to the orbs?
Yep, closer to the orbs.
Okay, I'm gonna have you swim up, and I'll have you dive down to about 80 feet to get to their level. You catch a couple of fish there, eating them and whatnot. I just noticed your token. You probably didn't have vision, so you should have vision now. I should be able to see it.
Yeah.
Hoping. Okay. So this is what's in front of you. You dive down 80 feet towards it, catching a couple fish as you swim down, and you see them swirling in the multitude of different colors. And you look. Voice of your elder. Oh. You don't surprise me, Regmore. It's a cool form. Oh, come here.
Does the voice seem like it's coming from any particular orb?
The voice, as you begin to look and you begin to focus on attempting to find seems that it is coming from this particular orb, just giving off a faint silverish glow.
Yep. Reg's gonna investigate his orb.
Roll perception or investigation. "23 perception as you're looking at it, strange, swirling in the vortex of colors. It's eluding. Unclear where the voice is coming from. You other. Just reach out, Regmore. Don't be afraid.
Well, it's the voice of his elder, so he's gonna reach out.
You touch the orb.
Yep.
Okay. You touch the orb. We are going to go ahead and transition here. Give me 1 second. All of you, even Regmore in the seal form, your vision begins to become dizzy. You begin to become black in your eyes. It's difficult to see. Eventually, it fades. And all you have is the sounds. Crashing waves. On shore, the warmth feeling upon your skin. Sun, heat, it's inviting. You hear the sounds of shouting. Make out burning in the midst of the shouting, clashing of weaponry. As you open your eyes, I'm going to pull you to a new scene. I'm also going to be ending your concentrations. I'm also going to be putting a long rest onto each of you. You're not wounded, no longer tired, fully recovered, in an almost perfect state when you arose in the morning. Stretching and looking in the direction of the north, you can see a large palisade wall, roughly 10 to 11 feet in height, along a cobbled path that works its way into the beach, the sandy, small-grained on your feet as you rise, looking to each other, confusion of where you are. Palisade gate is open. Soldier, wearing a surcoat, white with green trim, the center of the surcoat, circular sun, tendrils of rays sprouting. This golden sun seems familiar. Has been seen potentially by a couple of you. This figure was wielding a glaive, wearing chainmail. This particular soldier has just beheaded a woman that was on her knees, slicing off the head. The woman wearing a gown of yellow and green topples, lifeless, bleeding profusely. The backdrop of the gate, you can see horses moving with torches, soldiers wearing glaives, longswords, shields. They are burning a village, grabbing people by the back of their clothes and running them down. Surrounding this village is farms, cabbages, a variety of different plants, oxes tied to still, wheelbarrows, carts, wagons, or their farming equipment. Behind you is a dock, rickety and old. A few boats, one of which is quite large, has a sail attached to it. Freshly lashed to the dock, it's loose, swinging back and forth. The waves of a bay crashing into the sand. The bay is large, massive. Multiple galleons, brigantines. Ships are inside of this bay. It spans a great number of miles. The island sits at its center with the volcano that spits a little bit of smoke. Behind that, a jungle, vast. To the north of the bay, which is just to your right, you can see a city many miles. Difficult to describe as you're really fixated on what is in front of you. An elf wearing a beautiful piece of half plate in this strange bronze-like metal with accents of elvish all throughout. Has a cloak of green as it dangles. It seems to shimmer, disappear into the same environment behind. This elf wields a longsword of the same material as the armor, gems in the pommel as well as the guard and handle. This elf has yellowish gold eyes, freckles upon the face, and auburn to brown hair, loosely tied into a ponytail but now frivolous and thrown about. The armor and the sword are coated in blood, sweating from the brow. Holding the hands of a boy, maybe 7 years of age. Brown hair, bluish green eyes, soft face, fair complexion. Has common clothes. Brown tan shirt, darker trousers, small belt, sandals. Clutching onto the hands of the elf is pulling the boy towards the dock as one of the soldiers reaches out to grab the boy. Two of the figures are heavily armored in the midst of the soldiers. They also have capes that are similar to the surcoats. They hold the longswords, shields, wearing plate armor. They also have helms on their head. Traditional 2 eye sockets come down, revealing cheeks and eyes. They look human, the soldiers. At this stage, we need everyone roll initiatives.
Total call from me.
The gift of alacrity will not be counted.
What I rolled, 6.
Okay. So your initiative, just want to make sure, Ezekiel, is 6.14.
Okay.
Thal, you're up round 1.
Confused, but recognizing the feeling, being teleported. I'll look up, see all this war going on, and I'll cast Hold Person. Yeah. Actually, I'll cast Minute Meteors again.
Okay. Concentrated effect on you, so it's an action to cast, then you can use subsequent bonus. And you can also, I think, throw out upon the actual casting.
I think so as well, right? So I'll send one right here and the other right here.
Okay. So you're going to be hitting right here in space. So I'm going to draw a quick template. And then you want to cast it here? Or here?
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Okay. So you're going to be hitting 3 targets for one of them and just 2 targets for the other one.
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead and you can separate those rolls if you'd like, and we can start with the top. All 3 have failed. They take 11 points of cold damage as it splinters out, exploding. You see, they were in pursuit, not even revealing that you were there. They now snap their heads in the direction. 1 points. Magic! Looks back at one of the armored figures. Kill them quickly. Go ahead and roll damage for the second one. Both of these targets actually succeed in their saving throws. Now warned by the casting, they take a total, I believe, 3 points. Full damage. Okay.
And it's a bonus action to vamp him out, so I'll oh no, I used my bonus action. All right, so it's end of the turn. I'll move back a little bit, probably
Okay.
about here.
All right, Zell, you're up.
So before I was so this Zell is saying this. So before I was a tad bit hesitant about killing you all, but I've changed my mind. And
All right, all fail, taking 27 points of damage. As it explodes outwards, you see two of the armored figures still alive, but barely. The rest of the soldiers exploding, multiple body, limbs, parts falling off of them from the explosion as it erupts. Let's get an explosion sound. Yeah, there you go. As you see them kind of holding two, they look to each other. Another one with magic. Far greater. They were weak, looking towards the dead bodies.
do I have
Who's
Snowy with
killing
me?
it?
You call to Snowy. Snowy, does it come to you?
Okay, so it's probably mental. I'm assuming I can't use my bonus action to make an Arcana check to see if we've been transported physically or
You
mentally.
cannot. Nope.
Okay, because this feels like it just feel like it wasn't physical transportation or mental one type, but I guess give me a second. Yeah, in that case, I am going to kind of just run over here and end my turn.
Okay, there you're up.
All right. I don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah, so quick to combat. I love it.
So I'm going to hold my action. I'm going to be targeting this guy in the front. This guy.
Okay.
But basically, I'm going to shout out that if he tries to hurt someone else, that I'm going to fire my short bow at him.
Okay, well, that target actually hasn't hurt anybody yet that you've seen.
Well, if he attempts to hurt anybody.
Okay, so if he attempts to hurt anybody, you are going to fire on that target.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but if you attempt to hurt someone, I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
And I guess that's what I'll do with my turn.
All right. Ending turn. We now come to the target's turn. Sidestepping towards you, points the longsword. In the name of the Talthars, lay down your weapons and bind your magic users and gag them. Sees, turns, touches into his chest, begins to heal themselves with a great number of hit points here.
Was it a spell?
It is not.
Ooh.
Touching divine radiant magic begins to embody around the tendrils, healing multiple lacerations, begins to move up towards the elf. Ends turn. Not triggering your health, so did not attack.
Mm-hmm.
Now come to the elf, looking in the direction of you all, just staring, wide-eyed. Turning around, holding the boy, reaches out. Takes the disengage with the boy in tow, and is going to move. This figure seems to move 40 feet, dexterity, grabbing onto the boy and dragging them up onto the dock with a disengage. Come to the next one. This one is going to heal in the same manner, and now is going to sidestep over, moving 10 feet going into the vegetation, and an additional 20 feet aimed towards the cell. Pretty Joe, you're up.
He's in the vegetation. Is that just like a cabbage field? Do I
Yeah,
have
it's
line of
low.
sight on him?
No, you have line of sight. This is a cabbage field.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
How much
snipe
cover
the target.
does Cabbage provide?
0.006. In fact, we're going to add that multiplier and deduct it from your attack roll.
All right. Yep. I'm a sniper.
$22 hits. Lighter spray coming out. That does 9 to, so that's a total of 11 points of damage. The arrow flying into the shoulders, into its plate armor. Now holds up the shield.
Can't hack from me. Maybe you can, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Attack again.
Attack again. 18 is not going to land. Arrow flies into the shield.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn around to that the elf with the kid and just like keep on running. We'll keep him occupied. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I've had weirder days.
Okay. All right. Dirty Joe's had weirder days than this. I actually wanted to RP that and see what that day is. All right, Dirty Joe, anything else?
No, end turn.
All right, Regboy, you're up.
They said they're with the Talthar, right?
You haven't heard that, correct?
We heard that.
Yeah.
And memory serves right. The Talthar is the people in the Holy Paladin people, right? Or the religious authority.
The Talthars are the current reigning kingdom of Arthuria.
Yep. So, not knowing exactly what's going on, other than, he came here because of his elders following his elders' voice. And Red's gonna move up, holding up his hands, almost to surrender that he's not going to impede whatever they're doing.
Okay.
And ending turn.
Okay. Sequel, you're up.
Gonna casually walk up to this individual, and as I'm doing so, and gesture over to Zell. As much as I would like to gag that one, you did not ask for his consent, so. Oh, bam, bam. I'm gonna hit him twice.
Oh, bam. All right.
Val respects that.
27 hits. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. You crash into the center of its chest. Ugh, it raises the shield, holding the longsword up.
Crusher to move him back 5 feet. Step up, make my second attack.
Okay. 17 does not land. Raises the shield, bracing into the strike as you crunch down into it.
Action surge, and I'll make 2 more attacks.
27 is going to hit. 7 points of bludgeoning damage, this time taking the leg, coming into the armored section of its right, smashing into it. .24 is going to land. That's 13 points of bludgeoning damage, breaking into the arm, snapping. See the shield slowly lower.
And now on my turn.
Ending turn. Now come to the top. Round 2. Thal, you're up.
I'm gonna look at Joe, look at the elf and the little boy running. We protected them, but I also don't want her to go. So I'm gonna yell out to her, Don't run. We need to figure out what's happening to us. What's going on? And I'm gonna shoot I'm gonna shoot 1 meteor directly at the guy in the cabbage field, and then 1 meteor behind the guy that Ezekiel is fighting.
Okay, just go ahead and roll 46 for me then. Alright, one the cabbage takes 7 points has failed. Explodes, splintering out to the backside. 8, that one has succeeded, but it does not matter as it explodes outwards, spiking through the helmet into the neck and the back. It's dead.
And then I'll run to the bridge. Not like to like apprehend him or anything, more like to have a conversation, like concerned.
Okay. Anything else in your turn?
No, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, Zell, you're up.
I, feeling offended that he decided to attack me, Zell walks forward, then grabs the man by the helmet and casts Shocking Grasp.
Okay. Well, has yet to attack you, just to clarify.
Yes. But, actually that's an advantage. I forgot. So,
Okay,
I need to
roll
cast that
another
again. You take it first. 19. Okay, yes that is.
Alright, 27 is going to hit. That does a total of 11 points of lightning as you grab, kind of reaching, taking the arrow, bracing it to Dirty Joe's side. You kind of run up, taking the advantage, kind of grabbing onto the side of the arm as it's turned, shocking into the armor. You see the creature kind of shake slightly and then fall down dead. That is the end of combat.
I turn around to the elf. Hey, what year is it?
Question.
I'm gonna yell out in Sylvan, "Stop!"
Does
I'm
not
gonna
respond to
quickly-
it.
I'll
Throws the boy
yell
into
out
the
in
boat.
Elvish. What's going on?
Hops into the boat, begins to untie.
Hold person
Oh,
at 3rd level on both the boy and her.
Okay. And everyone to roll initiatives again.
You don't kill these women and child. We kill them.
right.
Pretty
Just
much.
want to talk. Just want to talk.
Okay, everyone rolled up.
Turn back.
Val, you're up.
I said I was doing it, so I guess I'll.
Go ahead and cast a spell.
Clicked it. Don't know why it didn't show up.
Oh, you're not targeting anybody right now.
I did. I targeted her. Targeted the female elf, but
Okay, you might be lagging then. This is my best interpretation. Let me go ahead and I'll manually roll saves then. $22 to save. Boy is held. Just want to clarify that Othala is using a hold person on a 7-year-old human boy.
I thought he was an elf. I thought it was a little older, but all right.
You
Uh,
monster.
They're obviously trying to escape some kind of
I
massacre.
didn't say I moved forward either. How far is this? It says 30 feet. Yes, I can't use it. I'm gonna move up, and I'm gonna say, just stop. I just want to talk. It's the end of my turn.
All right, Zell, you're up.
I'm going to dash over here.
Yeah, you have to make sure
On
you
the
follow
back
the
of the
dock
boat.
space. Follow the dock in order to actually get to the boat. Unless you want to incur difficult terrain by swimming.
Can I do that?
Sure. You can make that jump. Like I said, it's
Try
loosely
to-
tied, being unbied.
If I could jump from here to here,
How much movement speed do you have left?
like 5 feet.
You gotta make an acrobatics check.
Can I know how hard it'll be before I roll?
Yep.
Boy. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll do it. That's
15.
15.
You're on the boat.
And I am going to yell out in common, nothing strange. We do not want to fight. We just want to talk. We don't know why we're here. But here, you can leave, just, please. Let's calm down.
Okay. Ezekiel, you're up.
Fuck we're doing, so I'm just going to sit here. Good luck. And I'll sit down, Indian style, and watch whatever's gonna happen here.
Cup to the elf, slowly turning, looking at you, Zell. Get off this fucking boat. And for you, holding a small, innocent child, I thought better of you chosen ones. Ben's turn. After undoing the bindings, the boat is free. There you're up.
I couldn't hear that, could I?
You yelled it. You could hear it.
Oh, okay. Please, you need to help us. What are the chosen ones? We don't know.
Okay. Anything else?
And my turn.
All right.
And my turn.
All right, Redmore, you're up.
Greg's going to look over to the elf. I do apologize for the rest of the groups. actions here. I, I will not impede if you want to leave. By all means, travel safe. And that's it. End of the turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna run up to Athala and just shake him and be like, "Let them go, man. They're about to be killed. Just get out of there. Zeal, get off the boat. Lady, quick, while you're sailing away. What year is it?" In turn.
I'll top of round 2.
I'll sigh really heavy and just let go of concentration and then just start walking back.
Okay. To this stage, I need to ask, is anybody taking any combat actions?
No.
No.
No, I give up.
Okay. Ending combat. After untying the boat, she approaches in the boat Yuzel, grabbing onto the sword and pointing it to you. Get off this boat.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to ask, like, what the hell is going on? I didn't want to be hostile in any way. I apologize to my friends. That's
Tables have turned.
like, we were literally just teleported here like 20 seconds ago, okay? And we already had to kill some people, so it's a bit of a
Pulls the
confusing
sail,
time.
dropping it down. I didn't need your help.
Yeah. We helped because we saw someone that needed help. Again, we don't even have an idea what year it is, so,
Looks back at Dirty Joe. So boat begins to sail away, aimed and heading into the bay. Back to you, Dirty Joe. Raises an eyebrow. I'm surprised you don't know.
I paid
We were
attention in school.
We were on the bank of a lake, and we just came here. My god.
Begins to sail off, headed into the bay.
Well, it looks like I think we should go into town and clear up what's going on. I think there might be more people fighting there.
I guess, yeah. Guys,
You
anybody
look back.
especially like you scholarly types, do y'all remember any history lessons or something like this going on? Is this present day or is this something that happened long ago?
You look back at the palisade wall, no longer burning smoke, no longer shouting. Instead, icy frost, tundra, snow itself breathing towards you as the north side of a particular map is not what it was before. Instead, it looks just like the Frostborn Valley. Still hearing the waves in the water. You look back, the bay's still there. You look north, looking. Seems that there's a blending of the terrains. They smash into themselves, creating a fog-like effect. Look south, similar. Soon enough, behind you, docks no longer there. The water is frozen ice. Your vision becomes blinded and black once more. Become confused as the water itself begins to slowly subside in noise. You're left with the frozen, awakening. You are in the same conditions as you were before. For the sake of time, I'm not going to be adjusting that. Your spell slots as they were before are there. You are injured as you were before. You have no sense that what had just happened. Feeling yourselves being refreshed. All of the capabilities. That wasn't real. Shifting of rocks, movement around you, some of the thickets, some of the movements themselves, veiling themselves, dense fog and cloud. These creatures emerge in space from the snow itself in camouflage and disguise. Large, massive wolves, ranging and towering in heights of upwards to 8.5 feet. Dorsal up, elongated, They appear to be direwolves, but their eyes are blue, glowing. Breath is frozen, solid. Icicles body their fur. One of which speaks, kneeling down. This one. As it speaks in common, bows its head, kneeling down. Chosen ones, I am Levrus. You have finally arrived. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Wow.
If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So about 6:25 p.m. PST. So hopefully you'll join us then. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back. If you're joining us for the second half, or a little bit after this, well, for an hour and a half left of the session here. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're getting right back into it. The party is very confused, and I aim to do this. I aim to confuse them and bewilder them. This is my objective, and so far I have achieved it. Bruce kneeling down, slowly rises the head. They just maintain their positions, some of which are on rocks, others are by thickets.
Hey there, who are you? And,
How are you related to what just happened like 10 seconds ago?
yeah, you aware of that? What the hell's going on around here? Either we teleported or we just saw some kind of weird vision.
I am unclear as to how you got here. All I know is that our masters have told us to wait 1 week in particular in the month of Ron and await the chosen ones that will achieve the prophecy of slaying Javarig's spawns.
To
Why does it
unpack
feel
there.
Like everybody. Why does it
Your
feel like
master's
everybody? You go ahead, Joe.
Go, Joe. Go, Joe.
Yeah, I was just saying, your master's being who now?
My master is King Grimar Ylfing.
Do you still serve him, or do you serve us now?
I serve my
transfer,
master,
brother.
King Grimar Ylfing, chosen one.
Okay, so we're borrowing you, not like.
You are not borrowing me. You are to ride us for Monsag to speak with the king.
Why does it seem that everybody knows something about us that we don't know? I don't like this. I don't like not knowing things.
Right, sounds good. Which one
No.
should I write?
Also,
You
is
may
your
pick
first
any one
off
of my
or
pack.
spicy?
They will gladly
Bruce.
be mounted.
Can
I'll take this
you
one.
know me?
Oh, sorry, dibs.
Race.
Take this fella over here.
We're racing.
On the one hand, this is weird, but on the other hand, you don't get to ride wolves very often, especially not ones that talk. So, this is fun.
I mean, Joe, this is not the weirdest thing to happen today, so just embrace it.
Oh, yeah, at this point, I'm leaning in. This is just, let's go for the ride.
Today is
I
tiring.
just want to find out more. I'm tired of not knowing shit.
Don't worry, I'm sure we'll know more things by the time we get there.
Well, we're escorting a caravan. Do you know if those guys are okay?
I think we
I'm
already took out the main
not
monster on
aware
the
of
path.
any caravan. I was just here to await you all.
That'll be fine.
All right, let's mount up, I guess, to Monsag. What?
We are headed to Monsag. We will be there by nightfall. We move quickly. Notice is when you mount these creatures, they give off their own heat off their body. It seems to create a comfortable atmosphere around them. They also form these icicles and spikes, such as cleats, when they grip into the snow and ice rock. They are attuned to this particular environment. Are you already chosen ones?
Gregmore's happy he's gonna pet his wolf while he's riding, scratching its ears.
Speaks. I don't like to be pet.
But you're so fluffy.
Do you only speak common? I'll look at my wolf. Do you only speak common?
I speak a great number of languages.
Start talking in primordial, even like this.
I'm not familiar with that one.
You should learn it. It's a pretty interesting one.
Should I?
It's an ancient language.
How interesting. See Leverus turn the pack as they begin to head off towards the mountains, aimed north, slightly west. Unclear.
Dragon was supposed to be.
Of your position. Based on where you're at, though, stretching and looking, you were near Lake Kith. That is the best observation that you have in terms of your position. You aimed towards the mountains west. That information, you imagine you're on the northern side of Lake Kiv, given the way that they're close to the mountainside. They begin to work themselves into the mountain. These creatures move upwards in dashes of 180 feet. They are very fast. They also glide upon the snow, even disappearing within the snow, kind of camouflaging in it. They form these cleats, each track non-existent as they are moving. They begin to head into the mountains, working through on steep cliff sides. You have to hold on, gripping onto the ice spikes for strength as you ride. Eventually, they find into forested regions. Looking around, they are very smart and completely aware of the surrounding, even creatures that you do not see, and then come through into view. They make their way into switchbacks, eventually a trail. Large and impressive totems span high to 25 feet into the air of stone and wood. They are carved with languages of giant. This, Ezekiel, you understand. These totems are marking the path or the road to a particular giant settlement. As you continue pressing forward, I'm also going to adjust the time roughly. As it was sun, the sun was setting on the day that you moved. Now it seems to be afternoon and a different day. Weather was slightly different. More snow, colder. The hours passing by, you reach roughly toward the afternoon to the evening of another day. I'm going to go ahead and configure this map, all players accessible, and then I will be activating it. Gonna move tokens here real quick. So the pathway takes you through the totems, some of which begin to alight with a glow to them, this bluish glow, giving off faint hums as well. These totems seem to communicate with love roots in the pack as they begin to yip a little bit and bark. Eventually you reach a tall palisade wall, 35 feet in height. 2 platforms sit behind them, with giants standing on the platforms with great bows, quivers, hide, patchwork, armor across their flesh. They also have bones as helms, stretching, looking in the direction of you all as you approach. Palisade gate then opens by 2 more giants on the surface, lower of the actual platforms that stand on top. The giants have pale, almost frost-covered flesh, their eyes black, nearly blue, kind of converging and merging together. They look as you pass through. As you do, the 2 that flank you of the palisade gate, large and expansive, roughly 40 feet wide, kneel down on the earth, stretching and lowering the head after grasping the fist towards the chest. Continuing through, it seems that you have entered into a community, settlement, town, however you want to classify it. It's riddled with small wooden type huts, structures, canvas and hide add to it. You are being brought to a particular large structure. It sits on a plateau. It's roughly 16 to 18 feet from the level you're currently at as you're working your way upwards to that. It has another palisade wall and platform similar to what you've passed through, blocking and barring entrance to it. The structure itself spans hundreds of feet into the air, covered with hide, leathers, strips of spruce, and every other sorts of like evergreen trees, these sprigs. Smoke billows from small cracks and hatches at the surface of it. As you move through evergreen trees, the huts and these structures, these giants look upon you, all of which going to a knee, resting a fist up to their chest. They speak in giant. Ezekiel, you understand this. Praise be the chosen ones. It is true. Think they are here.
I will translate to the group. And they want to eat one of us. We have to pick one of us amongst ourselves to be sacrificed.
Zale.
So,
I will say I'm probably the skinniest here, so I think Regamore for nutrition.
I
I'll
hear
fix him up pretty nice.
snakes taste good.
Continuing
I
through
drew
to the
dwarves
second
instead.
gate opens. You go through, eventually reaching a large and expansive open semi-arched just kind of frame within the structure, kind of log cabin, if you will, with its wood as it's splintered. Fresh, whole pieces of wood. Many of these frost giants are tanning hide, butchering animals outside of the They look in the direction, kneel down, even stopping the trade and the artisan tools that they're working with. Some are cutting trees, planing them, splintering them, carving intricacies. There are numerous of these giants that are wearing different colorations of stain, of tattoos, of different sorts of clothing and colorations. Each seem to form a pattern, signifying that potentially there's clans here. They're wearing colors of that clan. They associate with different, but they are intermixed and non-divided. Proceeding into the structure, Levrus yells out in common, "The Great Hall!"
The Great Hall.
Great Hall.
That yeah, we all speak common, Ezekiel.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Wonder if they got
Giants,
a chow.
abundance in a large and open area. This particular place, I'm going to grab another set of notes here. Second. So my computer just totally flipped out. No good. As you come into this place, the areas inside of here are primarily for trading and drinking. There are other entrances besides the one that you've entered to, providing into western and eastern wings of sorts, but they are open, large. There's no really interior wall spaces. There seems that they're coming into the space. There's kind of these overhang areas, and there are actually giants upon them, suggesting that there are maybe a balcony, not necessarily second story, but a way from stairs to get up to a balcony space for certain parts of the hall. In particular, you have yet to reach those parts or even be able to see, as the giants themselves are abundant, littering the Great Hall. Hundreds of them upon hundreds. It is difficult to see. You are small, insignificant in comparison to how large they are. The impressive hall has to span at least 1,000 feet from west to east, further past maybe. At the center is where you are going. So you are getting caught in the confusion of people trading and doing about their business in the Great Hall, and it's difficult to really understand. But Levrus, and they're pushing, they're moving, kind of zigzagging through. They know where they're going, and you're coming to the center. This is where we're going to go ahead and activate a new scene. Also going to cue this ambiance. It's the first time I've used it. I'm going to see what it's like. Good lord. I hope. Okay. At the center, you see is a 10-foot descent into a den fit with a bubbling and crackling lava pit. Above resides a stone throne implanted into the stone bedrock tiled. It's engraved with giant runes across the fleshing of its tiling. Behind, there seems to be a private table for this figure to potentially sit and eat at, with a single chair, all of which made with wood and stone, hide, and leathers. Around, long tables, wooden, stone pillars, and kegs scatter about. So even the center and surrounding this throne is kind of a dining hall-esque area of the Great Hall. see many different giants holding horns of large creatures, drinking mead, cheering and cresting themselves, turning their chairs and looking the direction, standing up, all of which stand up and kneel to you as you begin to ride. Lavrus and the pack stop, forming in a line. As they do, they stop, kneeling down, bending their heads in the direction of the figure that sits upon this large throne. Above you in the dining hall, as the rest of the area, are skulls and hides from various creatures. They occupy dangling from ropes and other sorts of mechanisms. Of great note, making forms of these chandeliers, are skulls and bones of dragons. Total, from what you can see, the largest, most impressive is above the throne. The skull of this dragon has to be from a creature that rivals the size of 150 feet long, as it sits above the wooden rafters and the leather hide of the ceiling above you. There are tapestries dangling from some of the pillars, with each with the clan's colorations. A paramount of these banners are around the particular throne, spanning themselves in octagonal-like pattern around. They sit around the throne, signifying that there are a number of 16 clans with their unique colorations. The figure sitting on the throne appears to be at least a 5 to 8 foot taller. Of the kind of frost sheds, a male appears to be rivaling that of 46 to 47 feet in height, adorned in ancient glimmering white dragon scale armor, wears a matching helmet upon the head of bone, hide, scale. There's a great axe at the side with a bluish gem at the hilts, pristinely made, and the actual handle is of dragon bone. Sitting upon the throne, sees Lavrus in the pack kneeling, stands up, holds out the hands, axe still next to the throne. You're standing. They have arrived. The crowd itself begins to quiet down. Come forth, chosen ones. We have been awaiting your arrival.
Biggity, sir, them some really fine trophies you got there. You hunt all them yourselves?
Joe, I think
We
it's just about-
have. This, raises the hand, is Javarik, slain by me.
Awesome.
Did he happen to have a magic field around him when you first encountered him? This Javarik?
Questions will be answered later. I feel it is time to feast, and time to eat, and to enjoy your company. For tomorrow,
Hell yeah.
you will take my finest warriors and slay Ithrin.
I'm down. Let's eat.
Finally living up to my title.
Who is Ithrin?
Ithrin is a spawn of Javarik, a dragon that was hidden in secret and shroud. Ithrin is the 9th in the line of Javarik's spawn. We have slain all the rest. Again, questions. No questions. We must become brothers, sisters, friends. We must drink, we must eat. This is the ways. All hail Thrym. The giants raising the horns, standing up from the knees.
I kind of gesture to the party for a moment, just to kind of hold questions back for a minute, and just in giant will bellow out to the crowd. Your Majesty, good people of Monsac, we welcome your hospitality and look forward to fighting this common enemy amongst you. Here is to good battle and a good fight, and to seeing that dragon dead. Just kind of raise my hand.
Raises it.
Hear 'em.
You see another giant grab a horn, hand it in the hand of the king. Other giants begin to pull through the crowd, handing you all little tiny horns that they made themselves, whispering in common, I hope it's worthy, chosen one. And backing out to the rest of the crowd, all of which are filled with mead. Skull!
Oh.
Down,
Skull?
finishing it out.
Ow!
Points both hands outstretched, points to the backdrop of the sunken den. As I'm going to be dragging down furniture. Okay, so it's down a table. Backside, you notice Leverus and the pack have disappeared into the crowd and sea of giants around you. Table, small. It's been made, particularly for all of you. It's tiny, insignificant. If you need to move your tokens outside of because the tiles don't really come in too well, you can hold down shift when you move, and it's going to unlock you from the actual the grid. So you can actually freely move in whatever position you want. We can always remind that you're at the table. This table itself has been neatly taken time to be made. It is tiny. It is tiny for them. Normal size for you. Little chairs as well. They begin to bring out small bowls filled with food that is your size. They begin to bring out all realms of different things on the particular table. Assortment of berries, roots, meats, of very interesting creatures, and of a variety that none of you have seen in particular. After that is done, a keg is sent down, tapped with a small little spigot next to you all, filled with mead, rivaling that of nearly 100 gallons.
Best evening ever. Guys,
See.
we're gonna hunt a dragon tomorrow.
Comes, grabs the horn, pulls up a chair, slaps it down, sits upon it at the small table. Crowd
Try and
continues
Your
once more.
hospitality is very welcomed in this cold climate. So I guess not too cold for you. Okay.
Stretches and looks. What'd you say?
Your hospitality is very welcomed in these cold climates. At least cold for us.
Yes. Cold for you, smallings. But you are here. That is good. Drink, eat, enjoy.
Joe's stuffing his face with everything in front of him. He
Another
wants to
horn
try
filled.
every single weird thing he's never seen.
King drinks, shifts the chair over, moving the barrel, gets towards the end of the table primarily, and sits down, readjusting. Large piece of a leg of meat is handed to a creature that is huge in size. Begins to rip at it. Names, chosen ones, who are? Questions will come, but first pleasantries. Speak giant, you. What's your name?
Ezekiel Esco is my name.
Where'd you learn to speak like us?
Not sure. It feels like my mother tongue.
Gifted with
Obviously, I'm
Thrym,
not-
then.
Maybe, and I'll bonus action Giant's Might to grow a little bit in size.
You are gifted with our magic, with our runes. Kultil will have great interest in you, our master forger. I'll go ahead and change your token size. Why not?
Excellent. Then I'll gesture to everybody else to introduce themselves.
I am Zolothus Firesalt, but please call me Zal.
He's a dragon slayer.
A dragon
I
slayer.
don't know why you. I am not
Crowd
a dragon
stops.
slayer. I don't know why they gave me that title. I'm not.
Everyone turns around, looking in your direction.
Title that was given to me. I never gave it to myself. I never earned it, and I want to earn it. But I don't know why they gave it to me. It's ridiculous. I said I wanted to kill a dragon, and they called me a dragon slayer. That's really.
He's being
In
modest.
Giant, I'll say to the king, he's being very modest, Your Majesty. He should be at the front of the line at the fight tomorrow. He's very brave.
Thea is barely controlling her laughter.
So it shall be done. Your name will have meaning, and in the halls of Thrym, you either will go, or you will survive.
Zell is a bit happy because he's like, yes, recognition. But at the same
Crap,
time, he
continues.
wants to tear Ezekiel's head off. Like, he is mentally imagining just Ezekiel having his, like, entire body bit in half by a white dragon.
Continue, chosen ones.
Well, I don't know how I could beat a Dragon Slayer, but I'm Otalo Madani. Nice to make your acquaintance.
He's a wizard.
A wizard.
I practice, yeah.
You're gifted with the arcane magics.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's good.
Should come in handy tomorrow.
You will need it. And
Not
you.
as useful as a dragon slayer, but he definitely, it's good to have a wizard in the party.
Yes, that's good, yes. A dragon
Zell
slayer is what we'd want. It's what we'll need. We'll
Zell's
have
like,
Zell, you will be facing the dragon alone for the first trial.
he is like stabbing his plate with the fork, just like, Ezekiel, why?
I'm Thea.
There. Lovely to meet you.
I honestly don't know what she does, King. She disappears all the time. But she's pretty good in a fight if we have to.
Good. And you, dwarf, what clan do you come from?
Gregmore Silverkin. Come from the clan of Silverkin.
You are not from dwarven clans here.
No, across the sea.
I recollect in our summer raids, that would be Balthus.
Say again?
That would be Balthus, where your clan comes from. You are from there.
Yes.
People of Deadmorn have great riches. I have not slayed your kind, have no fear. But plunder Balthus is aplenty, especially in the eastern region of Soloris. That is not why we're here to plunder or go on raids. We are here to slay a dragon. And, I believe one of you is towards Sturdy Joe.
Oh, excuse me, sorry, but delicious spread, by the way. Yeah, I'm a Dirty Joe Buckwilder from Hardwin. Master tracker, trapper, slayer of beasts back home. And, if I may ask, how do we decide who gets to keep the head?
In the law of Thrym, thou who slays dragon keeps all riches. That would be you.
Hell yeah, alright, I gotta make a killing shot.
So is that final blow or the most damage done? Like, whoever does the most damage to the dragon?
Yeah,
What
guys,
does
guys, guys, too many
damage
questions, let's see.
mean?
Whoever hurts it the most, or whoever gets the final blow.
They call you a dragon slayer. I feel like you would know this.
I did
He's
it with a group
testing
of
you,
close
Mickey.
friends. We decided who had the
A
head
test?
beforehand.
Well, if we were to test a true dragon slayer, drinking competition then, for my belt perhaps. Fill your horns, let's get started.
Alcohol is considered poison, right?
Oh.
Wait, is there like a proportional modifier here? 'Cause you got quite the weight advantage on us.
I thought you were all chosen. Are you
I'll
not?
do it. I'll do it. Yeah.
I will take off my mask and have the visage of Palu underneath.
Okay.
Well, hell, I was
No,
gonna
but
get loaded
seriously,
tonight anyway.
Out of game. Is alcohol considered poison? I think we decided that earlier or something.
Is alcohol considered poison? Are you interpreting it because you are immune to poison?
Or at least
So,
like resistant to alcohol or something.
For the sake of alcohol, you are not immune.
Damn it. Okay.
Not for this competition, sir. What I can tell you is that we're going to get some straight up rolls. We're going to see what happens. You can be game or you cannot be game, as you call it. This also is a particular type of mead that feels magical in a sense. Potentially, maybe giving you advantage because you have magic resistance. Who knows?
Okay, then yeah, I'm game if I have resistance. Yeah.
I love Lucas right now. Game mechanics only. I can't get into the fact that this is a drinking competition with a massive giant king that he's putting his belt onto the table as bet. I love it.
If I'm getting a competition, I need to know I'm gonna win. This guy's got like such a big advantage on me. He probably drinks a barrel a day.
Before we start, what do you have to offer for this competition?
As Anti.
How much gold would you say is equivalent to that belt?
Oh, this belt is prized within my family. Family Yofing has had it for thousands upon thousands of years. Gifted from the very harnessing of Thrym.
Well, do you have any good storytellers here in Mansog?
We have all realm of storytellers and fables.
Well, perhaps if we, if none of us are able to secure this contest, then we will tell a story of how we got here.
Feel like that would be information I would otherwise hear, but I will take it into consideration. If you wish to tell your story.
It's how it's told.
Oh, entertainment then.
Precisely.
That must be a very traumatic and extremely, looks towards Zell. Beautiful performance.
Yes, it is an incredible story.
Anything else? Was that it?
I don't believe we have anything of equal value to this belt. I mean, it's truly a prize. I don't know if we could match it.
Personal possessions of your own, perhaps? Anything you hold near and dear?
Really like this net I have.
I offer up zealous tribute.
I offer up zealous tribute.
He has an exquisite spell book.
As tribute.
No! Don't!
You can have your very own wizard.
I do not agree to this.
I have many that would want to bed with a slayer such as yourself. Perhaps this would be worthy as an arrangement.
Zell,
No.
this is your time to shine.
I refuse to sell my body. Well, wait a minute, actually, how much am I selling it for?
Like, lightly nudge the king's shin. I guess is where I come up with my elbow. Like, in Giant say, dragons are not the only thing he slays, the king.
Oh, yes, speaks back in giant. I like the sound of that. I would like to see it in action. Speaks in comment. So be it, yes? Is this arranged?
All right.
Zell
should be
hates
good.
you all.
Agreed. If you lose, we will see you in action. First round, drink.
My god.
Skull throws it down. Need everyone to roll con save. Zell, you'll be rolling at advantage. This is a group endeavor, just FYI.
Ooh,
It's a group
Othala.
endeavor. Othala with a net 20. You don't have to partake if you don't
Dirty
want
Joe.
to. Just FYI. Just FYI. All right. After the first round of drinking, Othala with a nat 20, you stay. Unfazed. Thea, 20, you stay. Unfazed. Regmore, 10. You pass out, drunk. Regmore, you are unconscious. Hipping your head into the table and slumping down. From being drunk, Zell, you succeed. Ezekiel, you succeed. However, Zell, you are getting slightly drunk. Dirty Joe. That
Can
one.
I burn a lucky for this? I want to stay awake.
You
for this
can
one.
if you want to burn a lucky. That's fine.
I mean, we're getting a full night's rest after this.
Oh,
So why the hell
burn
not?
lucky. That's fine. Burn it up?
We going again?
Well, we're going to see here. Dirty Joe, 12. You burning any more? Do you have any more? I don't think so.
Yeah, I got
I think
some
so.
more.
Because
I
you
think that's
used
the
it.
last one. Yeah.
Because remember, we gave
did it-
you. I did not reset you back.
Oh.
So you have it back from the fight. So you maybe have
Okay.
already used all of it.
Yeah, I
Three-
think I did.
three
You
points,
used two
right?
before.
Two
to try to
before?
get out of the mouth of the Remorais.
2 before, and
Thought
now
he
the third,
all
right?
three.
Yeah, that was the third one. I remember that.
Actually, I think I did use all three. Because
I think you used all. I think you used all
I
three.
think I
So
used
we're
them all.
taking the nat 1. I don't think you have any lucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
No,
right.
I'm out.
Okay, so you see, Dirty Joe, you take it immediate with the first drips upon your lips. You smile, and you literally just fall over
At least I had a full stomach before I went down.
and drunk. Absolutely tagged to seize the king. Oh, lightweights, aren't they? Come on now, another! Feels it again.
Importing the king to a 6.
You're gonna use magic here?
Dude.
I think portent doesn't actually isn't considered attack, is it? Isn't it's not considered attack?
Dude.
Dude.
I would not.
Is it considered attack? That's the question. Before I do
Targeting.
this.
Do it. Do it.
Porting to a 6?
No. Give me a second. I need to check if it's considered attack because I think it's just manipulating luck. I don't know if it's even considered magic. I think it's considered an ability.
I think that all I have to ask is, are you using it or not? And I will be the dictator of that.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Would he know that I'm using it?
Yes.
Probably.
I can't answer that for you at this moment.
It's a goddamn
So
giant
yes or no,
king
are you
50
using
feet
it or
tall.
not?
Don't do it.
You know what? Give me. Can I roll first before I decide?
No.
Yes or no?
I'm
You using it or not?
It's-
Wait, what was that?
Fuck it. He has a 6.
Okay, even
Oof.
with the 6, still succeeds. You see slightly sling side to side. Shouldn't be this drunk. Squints the eyes and looks to all of you. Chosen, are you? Looks towards who has been declared the wizard. Is this magic?
Great.
I'm just drinking mead here.
Bet you are. Drink it. Everyone roll.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to change my time.
Come on.
How could you're gonna react to changing the roll?
Yeah, to chrono shift my.
How can you react to something that would get you drunk? I wonder, but that's fine.
I choose a different timeline where
Sure.
I try to change my possibility of not getting drunk.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I try to fathom that one in my brain a little bit. It's difficult, but you know, hey, take the reaction upon yourself after passing out. Why not? All right, go ahead and roll again. Always on the player's side.
Trying.
I got it. Okay. Hey, 20, 21, and 23. Succeeding. Fortunately, they drinking, passing out, unconscious as you fall down.
That's fine.
Now, you are actually immune to being in an unconscious state. So you're just kind of drunk. Well, trance it out a little bit, right? From it, hitting the ground a little bit on the table. But 3 of you remain. In fact, 2 are probably the lowest con saved individuals here. I love it. See the king. Another. I assure you, you 2 will fall, but this one, I imagine, will be drinking until the moon shines high and Thrym graces us with his presence. Drink, rascal! Downs it.
Go.
Ezekiel, Zell, both of you drunk. Othala, you are unconscious. Now, I believe You are immune to the unconscious state as well. So you are going into a state again, as in the same kind of similar state as Thea. A little bit different though, but you are drunk, out of your mind. You are absolutely smashed, hitting the ground, the table, even with the 16. Sees the king still has resolve. Slayer, yes! Oh, you are still here at the table. It's miraculous. I will see. Points in the direction. Thorma! Delina! As they both come out. 2 frost giants out of the crowd. Get ready. Oh, yes. Another skull. Drinks again. He checks review again.
How drunk does he look?
Does not look drunk.
Okay, that's an 18 again.
You let me know if I can do this, would like to try and use sleight of hand to, as I'm drinking, actually throw it into my hood, into my back, so it doesn't looks like I'm throwing it down, but I'm not actually drinking it.
Roll the sleight of hand. And you see passive perception of the king, seeing you spill, grabs your hand very quickly, swag a little bit. No, you don't! Slams it down, grabs the taker,
I missed.
picking it up, begins to spigot it from the tiny thing into the horn. Oh, to the last drop after closing and smashing down, smacks you on the back as you get thrown forward a little bit in your chair. Now drink.
Yep, I'm sorry, King. I missed right there. Let's try it again.
13. Ezekiel. Unconscious. Chopping down Zell. Just barely. You are very drunk. Swaying side to side. The spins. The king looking at you. You don't seem so good. Another then. Skull.
I'm portioning him to a 7.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll mine.
Okay.
Um. 17.
17. You see, as you begin to sidestep, the king sidestepping as well. Both drunk, looking into each other's eyes. It all comes down to what the roll of the before and after the modifiers were, and you roll in particular. 17 does not beat a 19. You fall unconscious first before the king sidesteps, falling back into the chair, unconscious as well. All right, well, that's going to conclude the session for the day. Just kidding. Everyone's passed out.
It's a new way to TPK.
New way to TPK, yeah. All right. So, passed out. Feels as if hours have passed by.
Wait, he had a plus 12 to his con. My
Different
god.
figures begin to move in and out of your view. Some of you in the trance state are unsure. They begin to pour little bowls of something within your mouths. Drinking it, you begin to come conscious again. As this drink, it seems to kind of cure you out of your unconscious state. After that, the king shakes, taking a large bowl of it, drinking. Blessing be to Thrym and all it provides. Hearing us so we can drink further, yes. And eat and enjoy the spoils. Stay away from that one. Looks towards a tea of something brewing in a pot. That one will have something very interesting. Of all the people, Zell has not awoken from the unconscious state and was not provided a bowl. King motions for the hands. They pick you up, Zell, begin to cart you away into the sea of giants.
What? Please repeat what you just said.
What's that?
They're gonna play hide the Zell.
Two of
Yep.
the giants pick you up in your unconscious state, pull you into the sea of giants to some other place of the Great Hall.
Why have you done this to me?
And this we will you can choose. You agreed to it. You put no fight up for what was going to happen to you.
I said
Hey.
I didn't want to be put up as an offering, but she
That-
agreed to the drinking contest.
But you agreed to the drink contest. That was the arrangement provided. We'll see what happens.
I know, but they offered me up as an offering. It didn't matter if I drank or not at that point.
If-
So.
do
You'll be
you
okay.
do you not want this so?
I mean, it's already happened. It's too late.
I just don't
It's
see
too
a
late,
lot
I'm
of
going
fight
with it.
coming from you.
I
Honestly.
I find this a bit more ridiculous, and I think Zell is gonna be mad in the morning. That's,
Okay.
That's my
My,
issue.
my king, I know he had offered himself up, but he's not really quite conscious to be able to consent. So
You're
if
right.
He's ready to satisfy. I'm happy to offer Joe in his place.
Brings back, gives you a bowl, you begin to sip. Zell, you
We're
are now
just
conscious
offering
again.
people now.
Dirty Joe.
Yep, it was a great power nap there. Ready up for anything, man. We up for round two? We drinking more? What we doing? What?
So be it. You may go. Treat this Dirty Joe well. Turns to the two giants.
Oh, hey. Made some new friends. Alrighty.
You
Didn't
begin to
have
go
this on the
with-
menu for you tonight, but a boon is a boon.
Gonna move your token to the side. So you begin to go to a place distant of the area of the Great Hall, into a segment that's been pitched up. Certain pillows and blankets and hides and a mixture of different things. The two giants and you begin to have some serious fun. We will go and fade to black at that note. Zell, you're now conscious at the table. Saved by your friend, dear Ezekiel.
You was gonna have some fun, Zo.
No, Ezekiel was the one who put me up for that. I really owe everything to Joe here. He took the bullet.
Zell, you could have gained some real world experience. You just walked away
Dude,
from
they
that.
are giants.
They were
I'd be
beautiful.
more worried if
They were
coming out with a broken
lovely.
hip.
They wanted a dragon slayer.
Zell,
You
they
denied
didn't
them
love
that.
to-
And people want celebrities. Are you gonna blame the celebrities for denying them that? That's
What
not
is
how
a
the logic
celebrity?
works. It's that's a very, very vague and ill-defined term, but basically it's someone that's famous, whether that be an adventurer, a painter, a musician, someone that's famous, usually a bitch. Very well-known person.
This is you then. You are a celebrity.
In some circles, yes.
You play
know that
music.
No, not for music. If you want music, Dirty Joe is actually a great musician.
Oh, well, a little indisposed.
He's-
Now that
he's,
we have ate and drank, we will get down to business. We are friends now, yes?
you haven't introduced yourself. We were
I
waiting for
am
your
King
introduction.
Grimar Ylfing. I am king of Monsag, a settlement and collective of different frost giant clans. We have numerous jarls. Monsag exists from an arrangement known as Nim Song Pact, which we have named from our long house cabin of drink and ale. Nim Song is a pact that was formed between the jarls, all of which have been sustained in their life by Thrym, in order to slay Javarik, an great elder white worm, and her spawn. So far we have achieved this quest, but over the past 1,000 years or so, Ithrin has now laid claim. Remerging after these 1,000 years, this dragon was growing in the depths of the ice and snow. It was without our reach. Seems to have some protection. A barrier of pink and purple dance around it, which is immune to our efforts of attack. Magically imbued dragon-slaying weapons of our master forger Kultil do not penetrate this barrier, and any magic we use of our runes has no abilities to ensnare it or bring it down from flight. I have lost over 200 frost giants to this dragon over the last 7 years. Ithrin is not as cunning and mischievous as their forebear Javaric. They are quite tenacious, blunt, and reckless. We believe after Wolsong has scouted one of my finest warriors and has slayed a number of Javaric spawns single-handedly, believes that Ithrin beds makes lair at the base of Hilvarig Peak. This journey is 2 days from here, on Frost Giant.
I believe we may have a way to get around the barrier, but it's only an idea.
We have a dragon slaying sword, don't we?
Yeah, but they also have dragon slaying weapons, so this doesn't work.
Also, Ithrin is kind of scared of my gemstone.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
You are the bearer of White Stone, Chosen One.
Yes. I am. I used it once before on him. It seemed effective, but we still couldn't get around the barrier.
Interesting. Well, then you will be needing this. Perhaps it will help. Strides over to the throne, stepping up upon the platform, grabs the weapon, the great axe, and smashes down into the throne, splintering it into multiple fragments. The crowd slowly begins to subside. Pushing itself into the rubble, grabs an object, begins to make way. Reaching down slowly and surely from the palm overhead of all of you is a small looking odd white gemstone, palm of the large massive hand.
I'll reach out and I'll grab it. And I'll pull out the original gemstone and put them together.
As you begin to put them together, they liquefy, become into themselves, forming a trapezoidal prism in its shape. Now near translucent, it slightly glows with a little bit of a fog, effervescence of frost. It hovers for a brief moment before landing at your hands. You see the king looking. That is something I did not expect. Perhaps this will help you in your slaying of Ithrin.
This has happened once before. And this is just odd, honestly. But thank you. I appreciate this gift.
You are welcome. I was told by a great wizard named Magello to await you all, roughly 1,500 years ago, when Nimsong was formed. This wizard helped in aiding and slaying Javaric, and binding us giants together. We were also aided by Clan Aldefis dwarfs in the march to Javaric's lair. This wizard proclaimed that you all would arrive. We have waited for 1,500 years for your help in slaying Javaric's spawn. And never a time has come that we needed you most, as this dragon cannot be killed by our means. We were told that the Bear of White Stone would need this final 4th piece in their endeavor to finish this dragon and all spawns of this dragon.
My king, this is a great boon that you've given to us. I wish to press for one further, though.
Speak.
I'll take out the vein of Barathun, lay it on the table in front of the king. We were given this to help fight against these dragons, and I believe that with the Bear of the White Stone and working with your people and working together we can. But I want to maximize our odds. I know we did not succeed in your quest, but I wonder if I could press upon you to borrow your belt to improve our odds and then return upon the slaying of the dragon.
Roll persuasion.
And off in the background, you hear, "Yeah! I'll come to Papa! Yeah!"
Stands
Well,
up,
he's enjoying himself.
undoes the belt. It would be my honor, chosen one, for you to wear the belt of Ylfing and your slaying of this dragon. Takes off the belt, slaps it down, crushing into the table slightly as this large, massive belt then begins to shrink in its size as you touch it. You will wear this belt, and you will slay this dragon, and you will return. Take this sword, this weapon, to Master Forger Courtil. Be interested in inspecting. It's covered in such dragon parts and things, and may be able to tell you the origin of such a weapon, and inform you if it is indeed, and will indeed, penetrate through this barrier that is around Ithrin.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Grace, you said that stone you gave us was the fourth piece?
But the Frost Giant's strength is in your inventory, Ezekiel. I believe it works as an effect on it, so we'll see if it works or not.
I'll
Yes.
look into it.
We were told that the Chosen Ones would need this fourth piece.
What if I only had 3?
Raises an eyebrow. I don't know that. Seems like it would be a problem. This wizard was quite particular in their wording of what was needed.
Well, I think I can make it work with only 3. You know, it's more than half.
If you think you can, then so be it. You are all chosen for a reason. Just know that if the barrier around Ithrin it cannot be penetrated, then we will all surely die.
That's it's cool. I'll
Do you
try to
have any
prevent
idea
that.
where we could find the other piece that we're missing?
I have no idea in that regard. I am merely put to the task of awaiting you in exchange for this wizard's help.
It's all right. You know, we have more than we had before, and I guess we'll find out. You can sacrifice the good in search of the perfect, but we have more capable than we are with last time we fought him. We should test ourselves.
I like you. Perhaps when you are done slaying this dragon, you will live amongst us.
Maybe. I like to keep these people safe, but maybe.
Let it be done. Is there questions you have now? Let them be done. Ask, please.
Who's the chef that cooked the meal?
They have come from a great many of the giants. They have waited. We all cook for ourselves, feed ourselves. They have done this, for they wish your bellies to be full. For that, they get gratuity to the halls of Thrym. Same in the way of giving you, your friend, my belt. By holding it near and dear to yourself, you are carrying a piece of me with you in your task, your quest, in slaying of this dragon. Same is true with the food they provide you. If you are needing of supplies and items, we hold multiple different artisans, traders, giant folk that have a realm of different abilities. They will all be glad to give you this. This is why I offer you to reach out to my master forger Courtil. They be able to help you with your weapons.
Do you have people capable of healing magics, potions, things of that nature that might keep us afloat during the fight?
Perhaps I may be able to get you this. Will you be headed to the Master Forger in the morning?
Look to
Definitely.
the rest of the group.
Yeah, definitely.
Then I will have those delivered there.
You humble us with your generosity.
This has been a long time coming, chosen ones. stands up from the chair. I must make arrangements and further dealings before the night concludes. I also must get drunk again. Is there any other questions that you have for me before I depart?
Will you be joining us again for another round?
Smiles. I do not believe so. Things that must be done. We have waited long for you. Things must be set in motion.
Understandable. We appreciate your presence and your company so far, so thank you.
After festivities and food, we giant folk will sleep where we lie. We like to get drunk. No one will disturb you in your space. No one will topple over you, crush you. Blankets and hides will be provided for you to make you comfortable here. I encourage you to get drunk, and perhaps drinking that tea, points to the bucket, will help you in your endeavor to sleep. Farewell, chosen ones. I will see you in the morning. Makes way into the Sea of Giants towards the northwest.
I hope it was okay.
Guys, what is this chosen one shit?
I have no idea. I'm gonna go drink with the giants.
I feel like it's a misidentification and people just give us a bunch of free shit, but I'm not going to say no.
Greg's going to investigate the barrel of the stuff.
I'm gonna go have a drinking contest with the other giants over here. No bets or anything, just for trying to raise morale.
Just having fun. So, Regmar, you go over to the barrel filled with just hundreds and hundreds of gallons of mead. This keg is liters, if we want to, or get a little scientific with that one. Many liters. It's just this massive wooden keg. It's similar to any keg that you've seen. It just is super sized in its volume and kind of taking in the back by its work and giant rune carvings over, and the spigot itself is the size of you, even larger than that.
Is that the barrel of the tea that he was talking about?
No, this small bucket of tea sits on the actual center of the table, small enough for you to be able to drink.
Yeah, that's what Reg was talking about, was going to.
Okay.
Taking a drink of it.
Sounds good. As you take a drink of it, you should make a Constitution saving throw. (19). Even with a 19, you are paralyzed. Falling down onto your back. Feeling of euphoria and hallucinations overcome you as you become paralyzed to a dazed, euphoric-like state.
Just put a nice blanket over him that was provided.
Okay. Nighty night, Regmar. All right. Anybody else doing anything?
I mean, I guess I would just be talking to Ezekiel and Thea about Ithrin.
Yeah.
Just talking about there. Also, how does my stone look? What type? It's like you said a trapezoid type of shape?
It's trapezoidal prism. That's really what it means. I really don't have a way of describing it further than that. Imagine two trapezoids and then connected to make a 3D structure. Right? No, still not getting it in your head? I could post a picture, I guess.
Oh, Athala, I know you have a more powerful stone now, but and you are likely the key to victory. I just don't put yourself on unnecessary risk when you face this dragon. Be smart and pick your moments. Let me get its attention on me, and then maybe use your stone. You
Yeah,
are not particularly. You can't really take a hit.
Yeah, let us distract it if we can.
Yeah, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna be more in the middle battlefield. I'll try my best to get in front and get it afraid of me or whatever happened last time. But yeah, I'll be trying to support y'all guys mostly.
Right. I'm more so. I think the dragon knows now that you yielded, so just be mindful that you might be a target. If
Yeah,
I
that's
were the dragon, I would go for you first.
so hide myself. Maybe I could get Zell to make me invisible or something.
What do you mean?
Would I know if
Just
dragons
know how to
would
do
be able to
magic.
see through that?
Sorry, people are. What was that?
I
Dan?
said, would I know if dragons would be able to see through invisibility? Because they're my favorite enemy. It's like an intelligence check, right?
Yeah, you can make an intelligence check if you'd like.
Eh.
Intelligence of 11, you would know that dragons are very perceptive. About it. I mean,
Yeah.
to be able to see through invisibility is a great magical achievement. Dragons are magical, but don't know if that's something they have the power of.
Well, I wouldn't put it past it to.
Yeah. It could work, but it also, I don't really know for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm drunk. I'm tossing out options here.
Right.
Understandable.
There's a large range between invisibility and not running with the stone out in front of you, going ah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was my first plan, but all right. Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to shame your game. You do what you want to do, but I'm just trying to see if there's a way to keep you alive during this.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll stay behind y'all guys. I hope y'all. I'm just a little worried about this. Last time we ran into this dragon, it wasn't looking up for us. But hey, we got giants now. You know.
Well, I think we should maybe have a phrase that we use if things are going so poorly that we need to cut and run. But I feel like we're more prepared, we're capable, and we'll know really quickly if we're going to hurt each other or not.
Yeah. What is our plan if we can't hurt this dragon?
To break Zell's ankles and run.
Mm-hmm.
It's logical. But should we just push him further towards it or just leave him there?
So
Not-
there's a saying, you don't have to outrun a dragon, you just have to outrun a stealth member of your party.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I can outrun all of you. I'm getting out.
Can you teleport?
I can outrun all of you, is what I said.
I can teleport, so you can run. I could just be there.
Talking about running.
I'm still
sure it'll be
upset.
fine.
I want to race Ezekiel. He raced Zell, and then he took Lefrouz and all that, but it's okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you, did you? Did I step on your toes? Did you have a thing for Lefrouz? Lefrouz, are you around here?
No. It's cool. It's cool. It's just I was going towards it, and then you just come out of nowhere and yell dibs, but it's all right.
Oh
okay.
no, I'm so sorry, Athala. I'm not sure how things.
I don't think you can call dibs on something that can talk to you.
Exactly. It's a creature of his own whim. He has his own personality, his own free will, and you call dibs on it. It just seemed a little offensive. and I
Yes,
felt
chosen
bad.
one, you called for me.
Yes, Lefrouz, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. My friend Athala here, he would like to ride you.
Slowly shifts over. You would like to ride me?
Can you jump over the fire pit?
Yes, I can. It's lava, not a fire pit.
You know what I meant, Lefrouz.
Be my honor to be rode by a chosen one.
Ezekiel, you made this happen. Thank you.
You're welcome. I live to serve my friends.
And I'll hop on LaFruze.
Okay, you go upon Levrus as you hop over the fire pit. Going super far. Land. Still on the back. Anything else?
Again, and then lap around the chamber.
Okay. You want to do laps, rounding around?
All right, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. No, that's it.
With excitement and riding upon, moving an extremely
Don't throw up on the
fast
wolf.
That's
creature.
it.
Comes back to the table. Punches down, lets you get off.
Once I get off, I throw up.
Well, I did not expect the chosen one to be so unchosen to ride me.
No, Levrus, it's a sign of respect from his people.
Oh, vomiting. Well, thank you for your respect.
You're welcome.
Hey, Levrus.
Thank you.
Levrus, I'm just curious about something for my.
Yeah, where'd you
research.
come from, Sal?
I finished drinking with those orcs over there. It's been like a few minutes, and
Orcs.
honestly, I mean not orcs, giants.
Where are we? Oh.
I'm really drunk, okay?
Attract.
I am really drunk. I can't see anything anymore. Everything is blurry.
Yes. I'd imagine someone of your age has great experience being drunk. If you're watching the
Yeah.
stream, we do not condone underage drinking.
Anyway, so I was just wondering, do your kind, like the other wolves covered in frost, suddenly get the urge to run really fast at random times?
No, we are not like that.
You don't like just suddenly feel like you want to go on a run and just full speed, just around?
No.
Okay. Note to self, wolves don't do zoomies.
Yeah, I was like, are you asking the direwolf if they do zoomies?
Quite the question you're asking me. I am also not a dire wolf. I am classified as a winter wolf, creation of Thrym and my master. I'm a magical creature. We are not born like normal things.
Oh,
If
then how are
there's
you born?
anything else that you need, just call.
No, I'm curious. You said you're not born like normal things. How are you created then?
We are born with the blood of dragons,
Oh.
using
So
the
technically
gifts
you're all
of
descended-
our
okay.
giant masters.
Quite interesting. Thank you.
Welcome. Runs away.
We have had enough of these drunk assholes.
Dirty Joe, you're still at it.
Yeah, man. I'm
couple
exercising
hours
my stud
passed-
rights.
Passed by at
Dirty
this
Joe's
point.
got to roll for performance.
Dirty Joe,
right now.
I'm gonna need you to roll a con save for me at the stage.
Yeah. I was wondering.
A new definition for Slayer's Prey.
That's so good. Oh, that's awesome. 10 out of 10. Give me a con save, Dirty Joe. Being
Alright.
serious.
Seriously, he's gonna break a hip or something. Like,
Dirty Joe, you have passed out from exhaustion at the stage.
That's fair. Worth it.
All
he
right.
passes out with a smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
The story Joe has.
Yeah.
This is a tale you tell your children for sure.
We've
Yeah,
only
that's a tale
seen
you don't
one.
Tell your children.
when they're older in life, right?
This is
Sure.
the tale you tell your children on your deathbed. It's like, your dad was really cool. I had a threesome with some giants.
I
Right.
did.
Gonna have a really awkward conversation when the half giant baby or stepchild comes out of the nowhere. Daddy.
This is your child. We named them Hagrid.
Nice.
They are also obsessed with animals, but in a different way.
And they'd be really young, and they'd have the deepest voice ever. Like, it'd be a baby just saying Dada, and it'd be like, Dada.
I just imagine Dorito, you talking to your kids. When I was your age, I was doing all sorts of crazy shit.
Dunked to unconsciousness by a harem of giants 40 feet tall.
All right. So as the night wears
wait
down at
for
this
the-
stage, is there anything that anybody's really doing in particular? I mean, obviously, there's just a sea of giants around you, all of which are getting drunk. Many of them are passing out at this point, cheering and laughing and enjoying the space. And this is again a long time coming here, and it's a party of the century, so to speak.
Dirty Joe's over there having the time of his life. Just wait till
He's
Kalan hears
sleeping
about
now. He's sleeping now.
Something to note on that, Regmore, Kalan, Timothy, and Burrow are not with you.
it. Yes.
No, Timothy.
He is lost.
Saved him for not. Othala's passed out already on the table. He's asleep.
Sleep. Again, leathers, hide, blankets of a mixture of different animals provided to you for your bedding, simply to sleep where you are. It's the nature of these giants, and that's their tradition. All right. No one's going to be doing anything particular the rest of the night. We'll go ahead and advance the time. No reason to sit around the table. So just all right. Everyone undergoes a long rest at this point. Regmore, your daze and confusion, the paralysis has worn off after 5 to 6 hours or so. The crowd itself has died down. In fact, many of the giants here have kind of awoken from their stupors, and they have begun to move and leave in their different variety. But the Great Hall is still full of giants, not nearly as many as there were before. Many, just the smell of breakfasts of variety, many fires and pyres have been kind of worked up to make these fires. Large animals have been killed, dragged into the Great Hall to potentially throw on. Maybe those have actually woken early to hunt, potentially within the mountains. And you have this whole kind of atmosphere around you, and many of them are talking and things, but they're being quiet, respecting others that are still asleep, such as potentially yourselves who are just awakening. Dirty Joe, you are awake. You make your way. The two that are you are between the two as they kind of arise there with you and slowly wink at you and shaking the hands as
Oh,
they
good morning, ladies.
pick themselves up and they move on into the Sea of the Giants after grabbing a mixture of different pots as well as other things, potentially trade and other stuff that they might endure through the day, and you make your way back to the party.
Right to me. I trudge over. Well, that was quite the experience that I never would have thought I would experience, but now I have experienced it, so that was an experience. What'd you all do last night?
I got drunk, and I
Good for
talked
you.
to a wolf.
All right.
Othala
Rage-
threw up.
I
As
thought
you
threw up
should.
after being on a wolf that jumped over some lava.
Lev Roos jumped over a fire pit like 3 times, and that made me throw up. Wait, just thinking about it makes me want to throw up.
All right. Good to know.
Oh, also, quick note: winter wolves do not do zoomies.
The hell's a zoomie?
You know when dogs just suddenly start running for no apparent reason? I think cats do it sometimes too.
Oh, you have a name for that back where you come from? We just call it being overexcited.
Yeah.
Zoomies. Is that kind of
yeah.
like,
A childhood friend I knew, like friend with heavy air quotes. He came up with a name. Yes.
His friend was
Sure.
himself.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think I got that. How about you, Reg? What are you up to?
I drank the bucket.
You drank the bucket. What bucket?
There was a bucket on the table.
Is the bucket still there?
It's still there.
That
Is that the one you
bucket.
said not to touch? Wait, what happened?
I went to sleep.
Oh, sleeping potion. Hey, that could come in handy. Is there any left?
Oh.
I'm gonna see if I can collect some.
That is true.
There's enough, 2 liters worth. As you see breakfast is now being provided. Same and similar to what happened last night. Frost giants come out of the woodworks, so to speak, begin to give you a lump of different meats. It is just the same meal. There's not really, there's different meat, different berries, different things, but they eat kind of common for all meals. There's not really much that is diversifying in that regard. There's also eggs of a extremely large creature. One egg is the size of Regmore.
Oh, hell yeah, I love omelets. I got a lot of calories I gotta make up.
What?
As the king
made
begins
this
to come
egg?
through, finding the
the dragon.
chair, pulling it, dragging it over, sets it down, sits on it, looks upon you all, yawning. Oh, how did you all sleep?
Like
Very
the
well.
dead. You throw a hell of a party there, King.
Well, the Great Hall, we party all night. Used to, anyways. Not anymore. Ever since Ithrin. Be on guard and ready for an attack at any time.
There we will. I'm gonna get that trophy.
Well, after Ithrin, maybe we could have a rager that goes on till the morn.
We could
Sounds
do a wager that
wonderful.
goes on till it's second morn.
Not entirely sure what a rager is, but it sounds good.
It's a celebration. Gets really wild.
Oh,
Seems
kinda
like
like
a
last night times
Smalling
two.
tradition then, yes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
there's
just
very
wild.
often a special type of herb at said ragers. Would we be able to?
A specific herb.
Yes. Very fun one.
Is this
You should
something
drink out of the
that
bucket, so.
is common for you lot to partake in this herb? What is it called?
I mean, I've smoked tobacco, but the herb he's speaking of.
Yes.
Got a few strange ones back home that I've had. Not sure what
Yes,
they were
there are
called, but
many
they did
different names
some
for
interesting
everything.
things.
Yes, just
Sage. Thyme.
yeah.
Basil?
Yes,
Cooking spices have the same effect on Regmore that weed has on other humans.
Yeah.
Regborn, you were absolute stimulated euphoric state from the spell of sage. Oh!
It's like catnip.
Next time Regabor just starts walking away, we just sprinkle a little like sage in our palm of our hands and just turn right around and just follow us, just like yes, Regabor.
Ezekiel, your potions have been delivered to Master Forgel Kutil, who is awaiting you all in preparation. He informed me that the variety of your weapons and the enchantments provided will take time. You are more than welcome to head out to bar if you so choose, but I must introduce you. The crowd pouring through. That's another particular giant. This one, similar in nature and coloration, but of wearing white dragon hide and other sorts of things. Tall, roughly 4 feet slower, 4 feet lower than the king. Has many different pieces of bone of dragons. Also has a kind of a battle axe twin on either side, and then can manifest an ice spear upon their command. So their actual hands are glowing of frost as they begin to walk. They kneel down to you all. Chosen ones, I am Brucing Vorsong. You will accompany me, as well as my 5 other champions. We'll depart whenever you are ready.
A pleasure to meet you. We do need to see the smith and prepare ourselves, but we will call upon you when we are ready, Wilson.
We are happy to have your aid in this great battle.
Yes. So am I. Praise be to Thrym. I will find
Praise be.
you. King. Bows the head. Slowly turns, begins to walk off in the direction towards the northwest.
So, I was otherwise indisposed. Do we have like an itinerary today? Y'all have some kind of plan set up?
I think
we
we need
doing?
a smith. I think that's the only
Yeah,
thing.
we're gonna see a master forger.
Oh, cool. All right.
I wonder if there's any cool stuff for wizards. Well, do you guys want to go there now, or do you want to maybe do something else?
That sounds like a good start.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm assuming we all ate our fill already.
yeah, Grandma, can we make our way to the master forge now?
Yes, let it be done. I will take you. Here, climb upon my shoulders. Lowers their arms down.
Zell hops on immediately. You can tell deep down, Zell has been always wanted
Grabs
to
onto
do
the
this with the
arms,
giant.
the shoulders begin to grab on and begin to ride as the king begins to walk out of the great hall. As you begin to walk out, you see many of the different giants again kneeling, pressing the hand to the heart upon looking. Many are beginning to open up wares and offering, many of which are common, too large for you to potentially wield or use. But they're there. Speaking in common, they do. Please, chosen ones, this for Thrym, for me. Sees the king just continues to push past, speaks in common to you all. This will be common through Monseg. Many wish to sit and eat at the halls of Thrym, and those are not worthy of slaying this dragon. They will attempt to give you gifts, many different things. They will have no use to you in your quest. Continues to go
After he goes
past.
just waving at everybody. Man, this is the best vacation I've had in ages.
As you begin to move through Monseg, you head in the eastern direction. You don't even go through the palisade gate. The king is able to just scale the plateau, just walk down off of it. After crashing through, begins to thunk through the trees. Many of these forested regions within the huts, there's kind of canopies and other sorts of trading. Things are happening within woodworking, whole variety of it. It's a community, a settlement. Everyone has a job, a position, their own trade, their own things. The harking slows down, picks up, slows down, picks up. None of the valuable items you find here are worth, mainly just trinkets, tokens. If you're looking for magical items, you don't necessarily find them. They don't use magic in the context of what you do. This is something that Ezekiel knows. They use giant runes, the magic that is bled into them, descended from them, from Thrym, their deity. And this magic is invoked in the runes that they inscribe upon themselves, and tattoos and weapons. So a lot of these items are really just things that they would like you to have or possess, but they're too big, and they wouldn't anticipate you to be so small. Except for those that may have been prized around the king, preparation for you all, and potentially just the words spoken by this wizard, right, and shaping what it is. And so you have an idea from the journey towards the Master Forger, which is the King Crest's frozen river, going down to the thighs and then walking across it, fast moving as the snake's passing almost by an arena of some kind made of long wooden poles towards the north. There's seats and things within, bleachers, if you will, stadium seating, canopy overhead. It is an arena, Colosseum. It's the north. King mentions it as Storvald to test your mettle, but continues past to this Master Forger. King Grimoire Ylfing, one of the things that he mentioned was that he had been alive for a long time. Given the mention of 1,500 years when Nimsong was formed, the king is greater than that age. Now, not all of the frost giants were gifted this, only the Jarls. And so the giants that are around hawking gifts potentially weren't even alive, not even close to being alive. Not even their grandparents were alive when this wizard came here. And so you're having simply a telephone game at that point, and that they didn't know what you would be like, who you would be like. Only around the king It's preparation for you to come. Is the king privy to that information? And so you're seeing that there is a separation maybe from the king and the people, right? Not everyone knows that you were supposed to be like smallings, which is something, the term they've been using. Not knowing that what you would have use for in this journey. So that's something that really strikes. Making your way to the Master Forger, cresting the river here. Appears to be a leather and hide roof reinforced with metal, stands about 40 feet high. Much of the siding of the single-story wooden structure has been removed to allow for ventilation. At the center of this large structure sits a large anvil and quench tank. Dangling on hangers from the open wooden frame are various smith's tools, much too large for a medium-sized humanoid. Nearby to the northeast sits a metallic and stone-bricked well oozing and spitting lava. A large 35-foot tall, rune-covered stone forge sits just west of it, and a smaller kiln supports it to the south. Stone and metallic riveted slabs sit on either side of the anvil from west to east and are fit for either making weapons or armor. There appears to be someone working upon the anvil, wielding two large hammers within either hand, covered in runes that are glowing and lit. They are a slender and muscular frost giant that wields these two hammers in either hand, and part of the glowing of the hammers is that their veins are also glowing. This entire giant is covered in runes and veins that glow with this bluish light. Smashing down, sparks of this bluish are coming around this figure. The eyes are aglow as well. They wear very little besides a kilt covering the groin. The scars of the hot ash from the lava, the forge, are all around this figure's body. There's a single braid that goes down to the mid-back of the hair. The braid itself is tied in knots in many different locations and places. The crowd at this point slowly begins to subside as you pass into the forge and come into the space. King speaks. Master Forger Kutil, I bring you the chosen ones. As he stops and looks, the eyes still aglow. He stands tall, holds the hammers on either side. Press them on either side, lowering the head. I am Master Forger Kutil. Chosen ones. It is an honor. How may I be of service to you? The king begins to lower you down off the shoulders and the arms. Moves into the shop. Grabs a crate. Sits it down. Seems to be filled with 12 glass vials of reddish liquid.
Hey, the honor's all ours, sir. What's in the vials?
That was gifted. It is to heal you of your wounds.
Ooh, that coming real handy. Thank you kindly.
So 2 each? Seems fair.
Mhm.
Are they all regular potions of healing?
They are not potions of healing. They are just basic potions of healing. I'm going to go ahead and drag the item to Ori. Here real quick. I gotta find it. There we go. They are a potion of greater healing. It's 2 each.
Oh, nice.
I'll go ahead and drag them into your inventory here. No worries.
Kutil, thank you. It's an honor to be in your presence. It's the first time I'm meeting a master forger, let alone of giant kind.
pleasure is mine. I have been told that you will need weapons fit to slay Etherin. This I will do.
Awesome.
Yes, also, your king wished me to show you this, and will unsheath and place the paint of the beer thing on nearby. Probably just on the ground because I probably can't reach the countertop, so just hold out in front of me.
Grabbing the hammers, sets them both down, outstretches the hand. As you see in the palm of the hand appears to be a giant rune. This giant rune translates roughly, in context of language, translates roughly to an identification spell. Kind of resolves around weapons and armor, particularly the properties of the metal. Begins to invoke stretching. You see the blade begin to whistle slightly. Its eyes begin to glow once further, an increasing of the light in the rune. Clenches the fist. It's a weapon forged with 2 types of draconic blood. And the metal, I have no idea. It is strange, riddled with magic. Arcane. Strike lethal blows into dragons.
Hopefully it will inspire your future creations.
So, may I?
Certainly. Pass it over to him.
Picks up the sword, places it onto the anvil, moves the hands on either side. Eyes continue to glow, dancing lights, sparks all around. Picks up one of the hammers, lifts it up slightly. Sky begins to crackle. Lightning. He's holding the hammer in the air. Korvag. Strike true. Holds it. So lightning strikes down through the canopy, arcing into the hammer at the same time striking into the blade. You see as the hammer begins to glow with the imprintation and etching upon it with the design of the weapon. You see pulling up the hammer, puts the hammer down, grabs the sword, puts it down upon your feet, Ezekiel. I have imprinted it into Korvag. Perhaps I will spend time to truly find the metal that is used. For now, I may enchant your weapons. Give me one of your armaments, and I will make them +1.
I hand him my longbow immediately.
I will
gonna
make them
rock.
+1.
No easy way to roleplay that.
Do you have a shield or for my size that you can just enchant? I don't really use weapons.
I do not have a shield, but I can make one.
Please, that would be great.
When will you need these? I was told you have to leave fast and quick to slay this dragon.
If not by today, I'm thinking tomorrow of what we plan. Yeah. So yeah, not today, tomorrow.
When the raven crows once.
Do
Thank
you
you.
have the ability to make magical staffs or clothes?
No. I have no gifts of the arcane.
Okay, then I will also take a shield, please.
Shield as well.
Can you wield a shield?
I don't know. Do you need proficiency to get a bonus from a shield?
You have proficiency in shields. You do not.
Back. Fine, a dagger. Just give me a dagger. Just give me +1 dagger.
I see beautiful weapons here, but Well, I do intend to use the sword for the dragons. I prefer to fight unarmed against most other foes. I don't know if you're able to, and I'll kind of gesture to the hand wraps that I have, and I don't know if you can enchant the runes that are already on here or not. This is all I fight with.
It will be painful.
All right.
You will be last then. Bring me your weapons that you wish to be enchanted. Your shields will come later.
I'll hand over my short sword.
All right. So you hand out your short sword. The dragon a short sword +1, replacing the short sword you currently have as it begins to enchant it. Pulls upon the anvil, begins to move the hands. The lights begin to dance from blue to red to green. Picks up multiple different things from clay bottles, pulling them from the shop, laying them down, sprinkles upon, blowing, spits as they begin to imbue the weapon with an enchantment. It's a mixture of different runes upon the weapon after being handed it back. It's giant, translating to strength, tenacity, and speed. All right, who's next?
Dirty Joe holds out his longbow.
Okay. Similar thing happens. We drag over a longbow +1, replacing the bow that you had before in your inventory, equipping that for you.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Next.
Regmore looks at the giant and shrugs.
So I don't tend to fight with a weapon. I take on the form of animals to fight.
There is nothing I can do for you.
I mean, if you have the time, craft a shield. That will suffice.
Shield as well. Let it be done, and I will do that. I have 2 shields and a dagger that need to be made.
Yeah, can you make my shield with a crescent moon shape on it? Just a small detail.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Lay your wraps on this anvil. Touches it. The anvil begins to shrink in size to accommodate your size. Ezekiel moves into the shop,
Unwrap the hand wraps.
pulling out a small kit of some kind. It's tray. Begins to pull them out. They are arrangements to potentially tattoo your actual wraps, your hands themselves. Begins to pull, dotting into some strange liquid, blue, red, and green, pigmented. Traces the hands, begin to dazzle and move. Begins to tattoo your fists. +1. I'm just gonna go ahead and
Just kind of
change
embrace the pain as it happens.
your unarmed strike to +1 here. Just putting the modifiers in and then classifying as +1. Embracing the pain. It is painful, but you are enduring. You have high strength, constitution, able to stand. It takes many minutes. This is tattooing, stamping these runes into the bones of your hands. Pushing the liquid and coating your bones. Your bones feel strong and sturdy.
It's very well done. Thank you.
Come back. You'll be here tomorrow. I'll have your 2 shields, dagger ready.
Thank you so much, Cool Teal.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
You're a damn fine feller.
My king. Was I worthy? The king looks, grabs the hand and presses it onto the forehead. Yes, Cool Teal. You have done well. You served yourself with great honor. Continue your work. We will see you in the morning. Give our farewell to these chosen ones. Bill moves, grabbing both hammers, resizes the anvil back to normal size, and continues to work.
We seen Ezekiel get his hands tatted, right?
Yeah, you're all there.
How did his hands look? Because, to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever seen.
We have never seen him.
Yeah. So
Well,
how does?
they're still wrapped within the wrappings. So remember, the hands are still wrapped. The tattoos themselves were not even just on. They're not really on the skin per se. You can still see them in the skin layer if you were the unwrapped or unwrapped. They're actually in the bones. Tattoos were placed on the bones. That's why it was painful.
Okay. Interesting.
So the wrappings would perceive as normal.
It's like a Kakashi mask. There's a mask under the mask. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Cool.
really reminding me of a Manhunt. That was like a manga I read.
This is cool.
So as you finish this, the king lowers once more to pick yourselves up. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and round out the session. Going to conclude after we've spent time with Kultil, forged with the mystical hammer of Kolvag, and picking that up, we'll see where we lead us the rest of the day. As we're still in the morning, I'll probably advance it just an hour or so, maybe, and see where y'all are headed after this. Who knows? Right. Go ahead and calculate some experience for you all. Any questions?
Will we ever get to fight in that arena thing?
If you want to.
Oh, question. I wrote it in our Discord, but Mikey, did Joe get that short sword from after we fought the Duke?
Yeah, I have it.
Can I borrow it for the dragon fight?
Yeah.
You want to dual wield plus one swords, man?
Yeah, I have 2 weapon fighting, so
Yeah, that's fine. How do I bring up the trade menu? Can we even do it on this map?
Real quick, I'm just gonna drag it in because you only have one short sword, and then
I think I had 2. I had the old one and I have the short sword. Plus
yeah, I
one.
forgot to
Yeah.
add. It looks like they kind of zeroed themselves out. So there is 2 in there, and then Dirty Joe, you have 1. So that should be accurate.
I kept the plus 1. She was supposed to get it.
You had
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so you have a short sword in your inventory. You had 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a regular short sword and there's short sword plus 1 in your inventory.
Well, I did.
Okay.
Looks like he took the first one out, and now the second one's gone too.
Yeah. So that
There we go.
So you have that. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, just want to make sure because you had a. Okay, so that's accurate. So 2 short swords plus 1s into Thea's inventory, and then a regular short sword. And okay. All right. Anything else? Any other questions? All right. Gotta lose some experience.
feel like we're so far in over our heads.
We
This is
always
great.
are.
This is wonderful.
Going to fight the big bad with not all the magical pieces we need. What can
Yep.
possibly go wrong?
Yep.
Gal really feels like it needs to live up to its title at this point. Like, damn it.
Zell already went toe to toe with a king giant in a drinking competition. Like, my estimation of him has gone up.
It was a standstill too. Yeah. Last round.
He cheated though.
All right, so
It's
calculate
Zell.
1,750 experience each. That should put you at 18,645 experience total.
I will say the guy was a lot bigger than us, so he had an advantage as far as
Yeah,
drinking
it's
goes.
not
But I
cheating
think
at
it
that point.
balances it out. I think I balanced. I think all I was doing was tipping the scales slightly more to being a balanced fight. Like, you know what I mean?
Whatever you say, Dragon Slayer.
Man, if I'd won that belt, that's
But we still won the belt. We just
No,
had
but,
to
like,
incur
permanently.
the lose condition in order to pull it off.
It's just more of a, Lent item.
Yeah, like belts of giant strength are really good. Like, I don't know if I'd be the one using it, but still, it'd be really nice.
I
I
can't
probably
get
shouldn't
my
be the
shield.
one using it. There'd be better people to use it, but still, it'd be really nice.
Joe's just going to assume the reason he was such a lightweight, there was a mentioned some magical hoodoo in the booze there. Because the Buck Wilders traditionally can handle their booze just fine.
Is the stream over yet?
No, when you'll talk.
Okay.
I didn't even send my departing message here. Come on. If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back next week. So, farewell. Bye.
Yeah.
Group 6.
Group
Yeah.
6!
Dragon fight.